you want to catch the tables?
That's good.
Do you want it centered? Or?
Yeah, I think what it's catching is the light. That's what I'm seeing.
Yes.
Yeah, it's catching.
Yeah, I think you got the whole thing. This is the light. This white.
Yeah.
That's the light.
Yeah, we really didn't lose much on the size either.
That's all right. I think that's perfect.
Seems good.
So it's a camera as well.
Good morning. How are you today?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Did you sign in? I did. Thank you.
Wherever you're comfortable.
Okay.
Grab some coffee and whatnot over there too.
Yeah, that's good. Cheers.
Where do you guys come?
Where did you come from? Delaware.
Just the way they normally use this
Slick.
people.
You don't have to be out in
Pina colada muffins. That's what they are.
They are? Seriously?
Yes, they are.
Oh, I thought you were just kidding. when you
No,
said
that's what Linda said. Pina colada.
What does that mean?
Does it make you feel like you're on a beach? That's what I would really like, if you transport me to the
It
beach.
doesn't have an umbrella and a straw in it.
Yeah, just one chicken.
No, it makes you feel like you're swimming.
Hi, I'm Dwayne Hammer.
Hi, Dwayne. Catherine.
Hi, Catherine.
Hi.
Nice to meet you.
I think I have it
And you're with
on board.
On Board. And what is On Board?
I do recruiting.
Who you do?
Thank you. What about you?
Dealt with business development. We help small businesses.
Okay.
But then we also coach
Pretty much, yeah, you'll see it at the end of the
Oh, okay.
So
Yeah.
One of the
I've been
reports we
to,
produce is
this location before.
you've been to the deck?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, Chad obviously manages the deck, and then
Right.
when we started this, Chad came on board to assist with
Oh,
this.
that's great.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
now, because we can serve everybody.
So glad you're here.
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Very much.
Where do you live? Where did you have to come from?
Delaware.
From Delaware? How are the roads?
They're a little icy, but too bad. I drove 36.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So that's what
By
we call
design.
pre-approval.
By design, yes.
Yeah, the process.
Well, it's nice to have you
Yeah,
again.
thank you very much.
I'm ready whenever you guys want me to start, but
I was,
you wanna wait a few minutes?
let's just wait a few more minutes.
Okay.
See,
Okay.
see if any more show up. We don't worry about numbers, we worry about quality.
Yeah.
And we have quality people here, so, yeah. It's amazing how when it comes to the weather.
Yeah.
I never grown up in the
Yeah.
city, never had snow.
No.
Of course, you're a lot younger than I am, but.
Yeah, still, the snow didn't stop.
No,
Yeah.
I remember
We
it
always had
snowed like Thanksgiving or the week after Thanksgiving, it would snow, we wouldn't see the grass again until April.
Yeah.
And I'm saying the drifts,
Oh.
but we were in the middle of the snow belt, so.
Yep. My brother lives like kind of the Fairview area, just
Oh,
like
yeah.
kind of south,
Mhm.
so right in that snow belt.
Yep.
That's like the only holidays you're allowed to have are between Memorial Day and the 4th of July. Because it's snowed
That's right.
every other holiday. It has
That's
snowed on
right.
Labor Day, it has snowed on Easter.
That's right.
I mean,
I
it's
have,
crazy there.
I have pictures when my kids were growing up that, we built a snowman on Easter Sunday.
Yeah, well now it's more, I feel like we're more apt to have snow on Easter than we are on Christmas.
Mm-hmm.
the seasons have shifted. It seems like White Christmas isn't a thing anymore. Crazy.
This will be nice and cozy this morning in terms of, won't be quite a presentation as much as a conversation. How's that?
This is all right.
Is that all right?
Works for me.
Okay, good.
Great
All right.
team.
Yeah.
I'm very good.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for coming this morning, and just wanted to thank Joe this morning for joining us and sharing some of his knowledge on how we can best plan for the future, or right now, depending on the circumstance, as far as college education and how we best plan for it, and the steps that we can take to maybe take advantage of some of the rules that can help us from a business perspective. I've had the pleasure of listening to this presentation once before by Joe, and it gave me some insight. I've got a daughter who's currently at Ohio State University, so actually it gave me a few little extra pointers into maybe how I can better rearrange some things to help with her utilizing my business. So it's not just a personal thing that you can do to help, but actually do some things through your business, which I think is certainly appropriate for our discussion. But Joe's certainly been in the business a long time. How many years now?
This is 15.
15 years he's been doing this, so I have to hand it to you, because that's one profession that would be very low on my list of taking care of people's money, that's for sure. But obviously you've been successful at it, and we really appreciate you being here today. So
Thanks.
Look forward to hearing again what you've got to say.
Yeah. Well, I'll dive right in. I was kind of talking before, but so we will make this a conversation, but I'll use the slides to hopefully help us get through it. When I have rooms of parents, it's typically college-bound teenagers, so usually high school parents. I think I know that's you, and I know that's Chaz. So, do you have a student?
I do. I'm a junior.
You have a junior, so this will be a good conversation. So feel free to fire off questions, because we're in a small group here. But when I ask a question, are you concerned about them getting into their dream school? Are you concerned about that? No.
Oh.
So let's say they get into that dream school. Are you concerned about how you're going to pay for it? Yes. Now everybody says yes, because the cost has gone up so much. So, and what we know is that the costs aren't slowing down; they're continuing to accelerate. And we also know there's some other problems that come along with that. So, college pre-approval, conceptually, it's when you go and apply for a mortgage, you know, they ask you a lot of things, right? They ask you how much money do you make, they ask you what kind of down payment you have, they look at your credit history, you know, they go through a litany of things before you can actually get that mortgage or get a car and get a loan. And the problem is, you know, with college these days, we've all probably read the story of the kid that's coming out of an undergraduate degree with $110,000 student loan debt. I hear these stories probably more than most, you know, just from an undergraduate degree. Yeah. And then, you know, so you couple that, so you're talking, you know, $100,000, to put that in perspective, that equates to about a $1,300 to $1,400 a month payment. So imagine being 22 years old and them coming to you and knocking on your door and saying, we'll garnish wages and we'll find this money some way before you actually pass away. They'll find it. They'll garnish Social Security. That's an interesting statistic I read this week. About 20% of Social Security checks that are going out are having federal student loans garnished from Social Security. 1 in 5. Some pretty scary stuff. So we've got a problem, and my thought process and our way of thinking that we want to shift people into is, you should know exactly what your loan's going to be and what that payment's going to be and what that projected job is going to be and how you're going to repay that. So it's, you know, when you go to apply for a mortgage, you know, I couldn't get this house. This is LeBron's house outside of Akron. You know, it's a palatial estate. You know, but I can get this house because it's reasonable for me, because my paycheck isn't the same as his. My earning potential isn't. So we're giving away money to 18-year-olds like it's candy. And I think that's part of the problem, is we're going into it with a reactive state instead of a proactive state. So this is kind of what we've built college pre-approval around, to hopefully empower families to make smart college choices and be a savvy consumer. because if you know how the game is played, it makes it a lot better. You can stack the cards in your favor if you know how it works, and it's about saving on the cost, not just for the cost. There's a ton of information about save $563 a month and you'll be able to pay for all of college. Well, the reality is checks are stretched thin, and we also want to retire someday, so how do we save on the cost, not just for the cost? That's really what today's focus is. And then it's also about integrating college and retirement and investing. A lot of the advice that we found that was out there in the marketplace with good financial advisors is they could help you with retirement, they could help you set aside money for college, but when it actually came to putting the tactics in place to save on the cost, there was very little good advice that integrated it all together. So we want to help people graduate on time, it's a big thing, with manageable student loan debt without robbing retirement. Pretty simple topic, but it's actually, there's a lot that goes into it. So a little bit about me, like Chad says, I've been doing this for 15 years. I'm a certified financial planner, chartered financial consultant. My team around me, I am the college person in our firm, got a financial planning team and investment management team. So we all work together to create comprehensive plans for people that integrate all of those things to give you optimal results in all areas. Because when you look at financial planning, one of the things I find interesting is that you never have to do financial planning, ever. You never have to do it. You got to do your taxes every year, right? April 15th comes and you got to file taxes and you got to, figure out where you're at. And kind of my thought is, college is one of the first times really in the lifetime where you really have to do something. You can delay retirement. You can say I'll work another 5 years, but with college, if it's coming, you've got an 18-year-old and you've got a senior. College is here, and you've got to figure out what we're going to do and what's reasonable. So putting it all together. So we use a team approach to do that. We're an independent firm. I've worked for large firms for almost 10 years, and now we just work for clients. So we're a fee-for-service firm. We don't do any commission work. So when people work with us and they engage us, they are paying us to give them honest and true advice that's in their best interest. So, I always say there's usually 3 possible outcomes from people coming to our sessions, and one of them is if you're a do-it-yourself type person. We've put some great tools and worksheets that we've put together that we use inside of our firm that hopefully you can take with you and implement better on your own. The second type of person is those folks that they work with some advisors that they've worked with for a long time, but maybe they're wanting to get some clarity around how college is going to look. So hopefully you can take these tools and work with your advisors. And then the third way is if people see value, we offer what we call a one-on-one coaching consultation called College Pre-Approval. It'll tell you where you can get in, where you can get aid, and what you can afford. And as you'll see, that can be very different depending on your circumstance. So that's a little bit about it. I'll go through kind of what's going on in college, the landscape as it exists today, because it's important to give some perspective. And then when I only have an hour, I do what I call the greatest hits. I'm a big music buff and I love music, so if you go and see a band or something, you just want to see the hits. So I'm going to give you what I see as, I put together 12 for today, and a lot of them really are for the business owner. Things that you can do, and then also things that I see derail people's chances of getting financial aid and things like that as well. So we'll go through the 4 components and walk through a case study at the end of a business owner, just a case that we worked on that had a pretty dramatic outcome for them. This slide goes back a couple years and obviously goes forward several, but when you look at this chart, the thing is college costs over the last 20 years have risen at 6% per year, so it's about double inflation. We don't really anticipate those going down for people that are in this room, because people say there's a bubble, it's got to be coming. Most people I talk to, they've got a high school student, so that bubble is probably not going to pop, so we need to figure out how we're going to pay for these colleges for you today. So a couple things I point out on here, though, is that if you look 2015, if we say college costs are around $25,000, when that's the freshman year, college costs go up while your students are in school. So if it's $25,000 today, by the year they graduate, it's probably going to be $30,000. So when you're trying to buffer in all of the costs, you got to look at a 4-year cost comprehensively, what that looks like. Private schools, you're going to go from about $50,000 this year to almost $60,000 by the time they graduate. So that's $10,000 more dollars if you're going to a private school. And a lot of people just look at that 1 year and think that's what it's going to be each year. But it really isn't. It goes up each year while they're in school. So this is the depressing stuff, but I don't see this stopping because of supply and demand. The demand for a college education has gone up 30 and 40%. Some of these schools have seen the increases in applications and kids wanting to go to school and needing to go to school to get the right job. So if you had a demand increase in your business of 30%, would you be dropping prices? And the answer is usually no. You'd be cranking them up. So whole nother talk on the macro perspective that I can get into and why college costs so much right now, but we're not here to talk about that today. The loans are out of control, in my opinion. 7 out of 10 kids graduate with them. On average, they have about $30,000 of student loan debt. So it's just become kind of part of the equation for most families and most students going to college. And this is for 4-year undergraduate degree. So with about $30,000, that's about a $375 a month payment for that kid coming out of school. One of the things that I like to drill home, and if you're taking some notes, is that no matter, or if you look at what your total student loan debt's going to be when you're done, it should never be more than you're going to make your first year in that profession. So if you're projected to make $40,000, you should never take on more than $40,000 in total student loan debt. Right? If you're going to make $30,000, you should never take on more than $30,000. So I'm saying that because, if you think about, and you put the numbers together, all degrees aren't created equal. If you came out last year as a petroleum engineer, you were making around $110,000 as a 22-year-old. That was the highest paying major coming out of school. If you came out and did early childhood learning, which my wife's chosen profession for many years, they started at around $30,000. Same 4 years, same tuition, same room and board, very different earning potential. So just take those things into consideration. Not every 18-year-old knows exactly what they want to be when they grow up. I realize that, but at least do some of the homework and put in some of the time to try and figure out what that job might be. And if they don't know what they want to be, it's not a time to go and explore at a $60,000 a year school. Go to a branch campus, go to OSU Newark, or go to Columbus State or something like that here in our local area. It's time to just kind of figure some of those things out. Because the problem is, in the state of Ohio, 17% of our borrowers are defaulted within 3 years of taking those loans. So we got 1 in 6 that's defaulted on their loans. It's a big problem. So here's what I say: be proactive and not reactive. So if you know exactly what those student loans will be when you're done, and you know what those payments will be, and if those are reasonable based on your chosen major, that's pre-approving college for you. Because the reality is, the need to go to college is increasing. We know that over the lifetime, kids will make about 80% more, or people will make about 80% more by having an undergraduate degree than not having some kind of degree. And then, on average, the starting salary for the 2013 graduating class was right around $45,000. I thought that was pretty good. It was higher than I thought. It's Payscale.com's number, and Colleges and Employers Association also posts those up. But that, like I said, that can vary drastically because people think that sounds pretty high. Well, engineers are doing very well right now. Average for an engineer was close to $70,000 with an undergraduate degree, first year out. So, problem with we all have probably heard that science, technology, engineering, and math we have a huge demand for those type of that kind of work in those majors. Problem is, very few of our kids have any interest in it. That's a whole other topic too. But that is where a lot of the growth and the dollars are at and paying the higher salaries right now. So
I have a question.
Yeah.
Is it not the best way to handle starting college to go to Columbus State or to go to a college like that to start out, because to get your required essentials that
Yeah.
you don't have to pay as much and save yourself a lot of cash in doing that? Is that true in every case?
No, it's not true in every case. I would say that one, if they don't know exactly what they want to do, that is a very good strategy to figure it out for a year, because it does cost 30 to 40% less in tuition to go to some of those community colleges and things like that.
Right.
Plus, if they live at home, you're saving a lot of cost there. So it certainly is a strategy, but for every student, it's not, because if you have a talented and gifted student that has the ability to go, and you'll see in some of our charts, they can go to some of these private schools for much less than they could go to our state schools,
Okay.
depending on the family circumstances.
With scholarship?
With
Is that
scholarship.
with scholarship,
Yep.
though, you're talking about?
Yep.
If someone doesn't have a scholarship, though, it would be go to community college.
Yeah, I think so.
Right,
I mean,
okay.
a lot of the parents that I talk to, though, they envision and their student envisions this traditional four-year college experience.
Mhm.
And if the money's not there and it's not in the budget,
Right.
that's where you've got to have that conversation with your student early.
Mhm.
That's what we say. You want to have something to facilitate that conversation to say, hey, look, if you do this work, and we'll get into some of that, the student, what they need to do is get good grades and have high test scores.
Exactly.
That's what they can contribute, and that can open up doors for them and opportunities. But, if those aren't there, it's just having a real conversation with them to say, look, here's how, mom and dad can help with this cost, and here's what we feel is, what we can contribute.
Right.
Because one of the things is most families don't have one child, they have 2 or 3 or 4.
Mhm.
So they're not looking at paying for 4 years of college, they're looking at paying 8 or 12 or 16 years of college.
Right.
And sometimes that's shrunk into a course of 8 years.
Mhm.
So, it's figuring out what can we do and how does our financials impact that.
Okay.
So I think I'm going to demystify hopefully the financial aid process too.
Okay.
Because that's where, that hopefully answers the questions. Because what's good advice and what's right for one family could be completely wrong for another, depending on your financial situation.
Right. Exactly.
All right, so we'll roll through these 4, and one of them is financial aid, but selecting the right college, financial aid, tax aid is what I'll spend a fair bit of time on today, so things you can do through the business as small business owners to help pay for college tax-deductible college expenses. It really does exist. And then personal resources, putting everything together. So I'm going to hit on financial aid first. First one is the scholarship outlooks. So there was 2013, there was $20 billion given out in private scholarships. So the Coca-Colas and the GM and the Buicks and all those types of things, $20 billion. Problem is it only makes up 4% of the total cost of college, because college is a $500 billion a year business. So we hear these big numbers. I'm not saying don't apply. I'm saying I would say apply early and apply often. October 1st is the earliest I'm seeing scholarship applications due. So get those in early, but the reality is private scholarships only make up a small portion. On the athletic side, we've got less than 0.5% actually get any type of athletic money. Less than 3% of student athletes from high school go on to play any type of sport at the next level. So that's just a reality. So be realistic with that. The point I try to make is that the real money lies with the schools. Their scholarships and grants is where the real money lies. And hopefully what you'll walk out of here today with is, based on my situation, this is what I should be focusing on. So should I be focusing on scholarships, or should I be focused on need-based financial aid? Because it's a very different mindset going into this process of what you should really be focused on. So I'm going to go through need-based aid first, and kind of how it works and what the dynamics are here. So the first thing I say is you want to know before you go. That's our whole tagline with college pre-approval. Because some will, because of their income level. Some definitely will not, because they make too much money, so you can rule yourself out. More and more, there's a lot of people in the middle. There's a big middle ground where you're not on the low end of the spectrum where you're going to get a lot of financial aid, but you don't have the money in the bank to write the check. So for those people, it's really important to figure out how do we tactically do this and put together a plan that makes sense for us and our family. The basics on the formula, we look at the cost of attending the school, which is an all-in cost. So it's room, board, tuition, books, everything. Then they use a formula, which I'll get into, called the expected family contribution. And whatever that cost of attendance minus that expected family contribution is going to give you what your need-based financial aid qualification is. So at the bottom, there's some examples. If you go to a school that costs $54,000 and your EFC is 22, you would be eligible for $32,000 of financial aid there. But if you went to a school that their cost of attendance was 22 and your EFC was still the same 22, you'd be eligible for $0 of need-based financial aid. So one of the themes there is never rule out a cost based on the top line cost. It's all about what your net cost is. You know, I kind of call this cost of attendance is kind of the manufacturer's suggested retail price. Nobody usually actually pays that. It's all about what are you going to pay to go to that school.
It's like Kohl's.
Yeah.
Shopping.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. We have just a couple websites up there too. There's places you can go and get an EFC estimate. So you can go and estimate, you can put in your financial information and it'll tell you, if you were to go to college today, here's what your expected family contribution would look like. So you're going to put in some basics. These are just some of the ones that I like that do a good job with them. So it couldn't be more convoluted in how the whole process works though. There are 2 different forms and there are actually 3 formulas that college use. So depending on which college. So the primary one we hear about is FAFSA, the free application for federal student aid. And every school uses the free application for federal student aid if you even want student loans. One of the big things about financial aid, the first way it's usually awarded is in the form of student loans. So it's a big part of our aid picture. Of the $180 billion that goes out, $75 billion of that is in the form of loans. So loans aren't really financial aid when I think about it. It's really just kicking the can. It's part of the equation, but it's really not. It's money you have to pay back. So we've got the FAFSA, which I'll spend most of my time on that, but I will talk about some of the differences between these other schools. Because the other one is called the CSS profile, and that's for some of our highest end schools. All the Ivies use it. Brown, Yale, Cornell, other schools like USC, Notre Dame, MIT, some of the top college universities. They use a different formula where they look a little bit deeper at financials. So I'll go through some of the differences in there. One of the key things I always point out is that things happen really fast, and I have this January 15th to apply for financial aid in the student's senior year. But even before that, the application process, when you're looking at getting your list of schools together, we're having kids apply by October 15th at the latest. October 15th at the latest to have applications in. Because I can tell you at a lot of schools that's their priority deadline to get any scholarship money. So if you don't have your applications in by October 15th, you may get in, but you may not get any scholarship, even if you would have qualified. So the schools look at that and say, you should have been prepared, and if you really wanted to come here, you would have known that. That's exactly their response verbatim from some of these schools. So from October you apply and you begin to hear if you're getting in or not, but you don't really hear much until you file your financial aid form, which we say do that by January 15th of that student's senior year, because what they're looking at is last year's tax return. Looking at the tax return and the income from last year, and they're looking at the assets that you have on the day that you file. So incomes from the prior year, assets are the day that you file. I'll get into some strategies on that in a second. So January 15th is critical because priority for getting financial aid on the need-based side, a lot of them are February 1st. So we say apply by January 15th so they have your information and it's processed and it's in their system. Nobody has their taxes done January 15th. It's impossible because you can't have all the forms. So you file a provisional, what we call, and you submit it. You say, I will file, but here's an estimate. Because that way at least you give yourself the best opportunity to get as much aid as you should qualify for. That's a key date. So here's the FAFSA formula. Here's how it breaks out. And this is what a lot of people, if you go and just do a calculator, it's just going to tell you one number. It's going to say based on your income and assets and your student's income and assets, here's your expected family contribution. But here's the actual formula that it gets into. So it looks at student income, student assets, parent income, parent assets. Key one, I'll start on assets real quick. So one of the things you'll see is students, anything in their name is assessed at 20%. That's a pretty high number. Anything in their name, they're expected to contribute to college at 20% per year. So let's say what we see a lot is grandpa and grandma have set up a custodial account for them. And they oversee it, but it's really for juniors' benefit. Well, if they've got a $10,000 account that they oversee for your student, that's going to hit you, and they're going to say $2,000 per year towards financial. You have to contribute from that asset. So there's ways around that I'll come back to in a second, because that's a big one, though, that anything in the student's name is assessed at 20%. So if they have $20,000, that's going to be $4,000 of expected family contribution from that asset each year. The parent side's very different. They actually provide you with a small asset allowance. I put the grid is in your packet, where it'll show you exactly what your asset allowance is. But for a couple that's married, that's 45, it's roughly $30,000. $30,000 higher. The older you are, the more they allow you to have in what they call assessable assets. So what are they assessing in there? Essentially, it's anything non-retirement is what they look at. So this is not an exhaustive list, but it does go through, and so they look at cash, savings, mutual funds, 529 college savings plans, anything non-retirement, but any IRAs, 401ks, anything like that's off the table. You can have $10 million in your IRAs and you're good. A couple things I point out just on this chart. The 529 has become one of the primary savings tools that we have because it has a really nice tax benefit, so a lot of people utilize it. But when they ask about 529 savings plans, let's say you have 3 kids and you've done a good job saving and you've got $25,000 for each of your kids. Well, what they want on your financial aid form is $75,000. It's not just that student's, it's your whole family's 529 assets, even if they're for the other kids. It all goes on the sheet as the family's asset. It's one of the most common mistakes that FAFSA sees when they do audits. So that's a big one. A lot of people go, well, how the heck can that be? And that's just the way they set it up. So it used to be you can change from one beneficiary to the next with your 529 plan. So you can go from one to another. So that's kind of what they've said is we figured that out. We used to maneuver those things all the time every year just to get them, because it wasn't that hard, but now it doesn't make any difference. One of the ones you'll see, green is good, and the Roth IRA is a tool that we utilize and recommend for a lot of people because it's money you can use for college and for retirement. It does have good tax benefits to it. You put in after-tax money, but it grows tax deferred, and if you wait to retirement, it's tax-free. It does not show up for financial aid purposes, but there is a provision that you can take Roth IRA assets out without any penalty for college expenses. So it's become a really nice way to do that, is to utilize some of the Roth to accumulate and then also use it for college. One of the caveats there is that you got to be careful when you withdraw the money from Roth IRAs, because when they look at it, it can be counted as untaxed income to you when you withdraw those on the back end, and that can really hurt your financial aid. So, long story short, if you have Roth IRAs, you plan to use them for college, use them the senior year, because you don't need financial aid after you file that last form. So just use them your senior year. All right, questions on that stuff? So, big thing I say is it's always better to have it in the parent's name than the student's name, because you get a protection allowance, and it's assessed at a much lower rate. So, I gave that example with a 45-year-old couple. So let's say they had like $100,000 in 529s and savings accounts and all that stuff that is non-retirement. So they'd have $70,000 that they would be assessing. So even at that level, with $70,000 sitting there, it's still only about less than $4,000 of contribution from assets. So don't get too hung up, because the biggest driver usually is not assets, it's usually income. The way the income works is it accelerates really quickly for parents on where it's at. It starts at a low amount of 22% of each dollar, and on the high end, it's 47 cents on the dollar. Chart on this. So this is just a quick chart of a couple, different income levels. And so let's say you make $125,000 of adjusted gross income. So that's after all your taxes and all that stuff gets paid. And you have 2 kids, your EFC just from income is $25,000. You can see if you go to $200,000 though, it's double that. So it's $48,000 per year. So usually families that have an adjusted gross income of over $175 to $200, we just say stop worrying about need-based financial aid at any school, because you're not going to get it. Because at that level, you're in the top 5% income earners in the country. and this is need-based financial aid. You're not a needy candidate. So just put those things in perspective. Average household income for a family of 4 is $55,000. So we're trying to help those kids that will not have an opportunity unless they are provided that. So does that help with how the income stuff works? It's the biggest driver for most people on their EFC. And there's a quick reference guide in your packets too. All right, questions on financial aid? You're loving this, aren't you?
Well, I went through this even though I went to college for all about 10 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
And it was overwhelming.
Yeah.
And the different, like the IRAs and so forth, I didn't really know
Mm-hmm.
benefits and disadvantages of the different ones.
Yep.
But it's clear that, what you said about the bubble thing, when my kid's 7 and 6 months old, what do you think about the long term of that? I mean, I still have to plan accordingly, like it's still going to raise at that 6%.
Yeah. So how do we provide advice for younger families? What I say is, you still want to set aside as much as you can. For much families, it's probably going to be enough to cover maybe. What I say is a good goal. If you can have enough set aside to pay for a third of education, that's an awesome number. But dollars are stretched thin. But if you are saving, I say put it into things like the Roth IRA and don't put it all into 529 because you want more flexibility.
I've heard the 529 come up pretty frequently.
Yeah, but it's a great way to accumulate the money. But we just say if you have dollars you can set aside for college, split it because you want to have some flexibility down the road. That can benefit you.
What's the Roth income cutoff?
It phases out, begins at 160. You can't use it at all if you're over 180. So if you're under 160, you can do the full amount, which is $5,500 per person this year. So $11,000 if you're married. So yeah, it's a good tool to use. So all right, I'm going to keep rolling into the institutional gift aid, which for a lot of people this is the area to focus on. If you rule yourself out of getting need-based financial aid, you want to begin to focus on institutional gift aid and know which schools are going to give you money. Some schools award aid only on a need basis, so they only give you money if you have financial need. Other schools will award merit-based aid regardless of your income and assets. They're awarding it based on the merit of the student. And for those families who don't qualify for need-based aid, I say shift your focus here and to tax planning, because that's really where we shift that mindset and say, if we've ruled ourselves in, if we have need-based aid, let's focus on getting as much as we can. But if we're ruling ourselves out, let's focus as much as we can on the institutions that will give us the most money based on our student. So I have on here, and I mentioned it before, but you want to apply for these schools by October 15th at the latest. And this year I've got to change my slides. October 1st is what I saw. One of the earliest schools this year was Vanderbilt. If you didn't have your scholarship application in by October 1st, and your admission and scholarship application in by October 1st, you were out of the running for any financial aid from the institution. Real story, valedictorians, 34 on the ACT, got in, got accepted, and they were like, where's the scholarship money? And they said, well, let me check for you. You didn't have your stuff in on time. So they're like, well, yeah, valedictorian, 34. They're like, yeah, most kids are that apply here. And if we weren't important enough for you to have this on your calendar and know how our process works, then you're out. Because the school's a business, and they've got to take all these applications and are trying to filter it down and get the best products out at the end. Trying to get the best kids in that are going to give. If you want the real truth, it's so they go on to have great careers and put money back into the system. I mean, it's all just a self-perpetuating thing, right? So, but they want to get those good kids in, and they like to do that early. So the two ways they do it, one is competitive. So it's just like what it sounds. They're going to have 1,000 kids apply, and they're going to give away 10 full-ride scholarships based on who they think is the best and the essays and all those things. And those are great, but you can't necessarily plan for them or depend on them. The ones that you can plan for, what we've affectionately called grid scholarships, because they really do operate like a grid, where they say, if you do this, you'll get this. And this is an example of Miami of Ohio. That's right down the street, and they advertise this. It's right on their website. If you go to their financial aid section, it'll say, if you have a 26 and at least a 3.5 with what they would call rigorous coursework, you're going to get $2,000 per year. If If you go from a 26 to say a 30, you're going to go from 2,000 to at least 5,000 per year, and as high as 10. So you're going to get at least 3,000 more per year by getting that ACT up. So when students, and you're having this conversation about what's the difference, we always say don't just go into ACT planning with, do as good as you can. You should know what kind of scholarships are going to qualify for. Because let's say, they're at a 29 and they could get up to a 30. Well, that go from $3,000 to $5,000 at least by getting one more point if this is one of their target schools. So is it worth investing the time and the energy to potentially get $2,000, $3,000 more per year? So, and the schools have these out there, so we're working on a list because it's been recommended. People always ask, is there a list of the schools that have grid scholarships in Ohio? So we are working on that. It's an intern project right now to be able to put these out there. This is a really important thing though that a lot of people don't really look at when they're looking at the schools. So, questions on those, the grid scholarships? All right. So these are my 6 takeaways, just to wrap some of these up. So one is know your EFC early. So know what that is, and know that if you rule yourself in or out of need-based financial aid. If you're a need-based financial aid candidate, focus on looking as poor as possible, right, and getting the assets and everything positioned the right way. If you're not, stop worrying about it and begin to focus on where can we get institutional gift aid for our family, and then what kind of tax strategies and planning can we do, which we'll get into here in a second. Another thing I bring up here is that if you have multiple children, there actually is an advantage there because your EFC gets split. So I think the one you'll have 2 in at one time. So if your EFC, let's say from that example, was $22,000, the expected family contribution is still $22,000. It's only $11,000 each because it's an expected family contribution. So that overlap in students can actually work to your advantage because they'll qualify for more need-based financial aid potentially. So it actually can help. We've worked with a couple of families of triplets. Needless to say, they were freaking out about college. But we were able to show them, your EFCs, around 18,000, but it's only 6,000 each. So they qualify for quite a bit for when they're all 3 in. So assets in the parent's name better than in the student's name. So if you got things in the student's name, reposition. I have unmarried parents can help or hurt. It's kind of another topic. If you have questions about that, how that affects you, just see me after. But there are strategies around, if you are an unmarried family, living in different households. So a couple other things. How do the formulas differ? And for business owners, this is a big one. When they look at, this is the FAFSA, which we've been talking about, and then the profile, which is for some of those elite schools. They look at things a little bit different. They look at most of your cash and mutual funds and things pretty much the same. It's pretty much call it 5% versus 5.64. But they look at the assets of your business on the profile. So if you've got a business checking account that has, $50,000 in it, doesn't mean that you don't need that money for your business, but they are going to assess that. So when you file for a CSS profile, they're going to ask what your business checking accounts are, and they're going to ask what the assets are of the business. For FAFSA, as long as you have less than 100 employees, they don't look at your business at all. They just assume that they're going to pick it up on your income, because for most small business owners, it flows through on your income. They don't really look at that. So, other things they look at for profile is they look at assets in the children's name, all your kids' names. Whereas on FAFSA, they just look at the student that's actually going. Profile, they look at basically every asset of the family. The other big one is the equity in your home. So FAFSA does not ask about debt. They don't ask about equity in your home. The profile, they'll assess up to 1.2% or 1.2 times what your home equity is. So that's, people have brought it up before, yes, they expect you to use home equity to pay for college. That's essentially what they're telling you. So good, bad, or indifferent. I didn't make the rules. I had people almost ready to throw things at me the other night when I gave this talk, and I was like, I didn't make these rules. I'm just telling you to be cautious of them. So the other thing, if you're a divorced family, typically with the FAFSA, they just look at what's called a custodial parent, so the parent that they live with 51% of the time. whoever they live with 51% of the time is the one that files for financial aid. With profile schools, they look at both parents. And they look at both parents, potentially those parents' spouses. So if they're remarried, they're going to look at everybody's financials. So, you know, depending on your situation, that can make a big difference and a big swing on how things work. Last one I mentioned a little bit, but, you know, beware of grandparents. A lot of times they've done a great thing by trying to set up what a lot of times they're called UTMA accounts, Uniform Trust to Minors Act. But they oversee it for the student. But if you're a financial aid candidate, it really can hurt you on financial aid. It can be $2,000 per year. So there is the ability with those accounts to convert it to a UTMA 529. Grandpa and grandma own it. It's for the benefit of the child, but it no longer shows up on FAFSA. So you can increase the aid eligibility about $2,000 per year by making that simple move. I have on there, consult your tax and investment advisor, consider the tax effect of doing that, because it's not a no-brainer. You really do need to weigh out if it makes sense. But for financial aid, it definitely can help. Are we good? Right. On the selection side, I'm not going to spend a ton of time here, but I do have a couple of things that I like to point out. College is a business, so treat it like one. You're going into this, you're making a huge investment. Do the research, know which schools want your student. And I always say, you know, it's a big funnel, and they are a business, and the people that are at the admissions counselors and the people coming in, they're really good at their jobs, and they know their product inside and out. And they will sell that dream even if it means your kid going into $100,000 in debt. So for a student, psychologically, the money has very little relevance. You know, they're just going, oh, well, it's a great school, I'll get a great job, and you know, I'll deal with the debt later. You know, one of the most difficult things for parents is having a money conversation. I know that in our society, having doing this work for a long time. But you need a tool to be able to facilitate the conversation proactively about here's what we can afford, and help them make a smart choice with college and not getting in over their heads with debt. Because we see it way too often. So it's, you know, it's one more time you've got to be a parent and help them make a smart choice with this and not let them get in over their heads. But it's an emotional time. And, you know, like I said, these people are really good. They're showing them rock climbing walls and lazy rivers and omelet bars. And, I mean, they really woo them when they come there. And guess what? The more expensive schools have more cool stuff. So, you know, don't, you know, kind of take the blinders off and say, you know, if I'm still going to get the 4-year degree and I'm still going to be a teacher, do I need to go to $62,000 a year school? I don't know. That's kind of the way I look at it, just because I see it through real things. The other thing is look at graduation rates. On average, less than half of our kids are getting done in 4 years at 4-year schools. This doesn't count our community colleges, because those would skew everything. And less than 60% are getting done in 6 years. So when you go and you look at schools, see what their graduation rates are. See what their retention rates are for kids. Are they getting them done? Because it's not about getting in. The worst thing that happens is they get in, they go for 2.5 years, and then they just have student loans, and there's no value to it. You know, it's a valueless proposition. So make sure they're getting done. You know, looking at, you know, the potential of starting salary. I used to have a different view on this, by the way. I used to think, you know, college is a great time to go and figure out who you are and all that stuff. It's just gotten too expensive to be exploratory now. You really need to go into it with some intent, because the numbers are crazy. So that's kind of my general approach to it. Also want to look at, you know, are they getting kids internships and co-op programs and helping them get job placement? You know, I think that's a big one that's overlooked too. Because when there was just an article out this week, it was talking about what do employers looking for when students are graduating. The number one thing in almost every industry was internships. So you want to, you know, look at schools that have good internship and co-op programs. University of Cincinnati is one that is kind of looked at as a model around the country, because they do such a good job of getting kids internships and co-op programs. You know, we've got a family that they were worried because their junior at Cincinnati is going to come work at Honda for 6 months, and over 6 months he's going to make $26,000 in a 6-month program. So they were worried about how does it affect financial aid, etc. But I'm going, who cares? He's going to work at Honda. He's going to make 26 grand, and he's probably going to get a job there when he's done, as long as he does a good job. So, I mean, those kind of things I really think are important as you're looking at programs. This piece is on knowing how they award aid. So we've got schools out there that they only award aid based on the need of the family. So you have to have financial need to get awarded any aid. You know, when we talk to the folks at Northwestern and we say, where's the financial aid packages? Look it up and they say, well, yeah, okay, valedictorian, 35 in the ACT, you're not eligible for financial aid. Why? Well, because everybody that comes here is a valedictorian, has a 34 plus on the ACT. So the only way we award aid is for those that we think are talented students that have a financial need to go here. And that's how all of these schools do it. Harvard, Notre Dame, MIT, a lot of those big ones. But you want to know that going in. Some of these other schools over here, you know, I use an example of Tulane just because it came up last year that there was a family that wasn't looking at Tulane. They were looking at these schools. But what we were able to do is the program they wanted was at Tulane as well. Tulane gave their student, they had significant assets, or EFC was over $100,000, so they're not getting financial aid. But at Tulane, they gave them a $20,000 a year merit-based scholarship. So that's $80,000 over 4 years for a graded private institution. So it's a big difference, so you want to know how they play the game. Net cost is all that matters. I mentioned this before. We see this time and time again where you don't want to rule out a school based on the top line price, because this is an example of a family a couple years ago when OU was only $20,000. It's about 25 now, so it was only a couple years ago. But you know, the cost at the time was $20,000. Finley was the #1 choice, and it was $35,000 at the time. After it was all said and done, Ohio University, the only thing they offered was some need-based loans. So they gave financial aid in the form of loans. So really, they're paying full freight to go to OU. I think OU is a great school, by the way. But when it came to Finley, they awarded a significant gift aid, so money they didn't have to pay back, $21,000. And they gave them some work study and things like that. So at the end of the day, they were paying around $14,000 for a $35,000 a year school, where they were going to be paying $20,000 over here. So it really is about your net cost. It's not about the top line cost. So it's about what you're going to pay. The other thing I tell you is this was also the result of an appeal. That we appealed to Finley and we said, we would love to come to your school. You're our #1 choice, but right now it does not make financial sense for us to come there. So we talked to them about what the number needed to be. They came back with a $6,000 per year scholarship for this student in about 72 hours, because we appealed to them and we told them this is what we're looking for. So the first offer is not always the best offer. It does work. You're out nothing by trying and asking them if there's more money. So each school has a process for it. All right, let's get into the tax side, because I know I'm getting a little tight on time. All right. So I'm going to go through some basics and then some more kind of advanced stuff for the business owner that hopefully you guys can take and walk out of here with. The primary tax benefit we have right now is the American Opportunity Tax Credit, AOTC. File a fun form called the 8863 under taxes. But essentially the way it works is if you pay $4,000, you can get $2,500 back in your tax credit, in a tax credit the next spring. So you pay $4,000 in 2015. When you file your return, you'll get a $2,500 credit. So this is for 4 years of undergraduate study, and you can have as many students, you know, that are on your tax return as you want to file for this. It does have phase-outs though, so if you're over 180, you can't get it at all. And beginning at 160, 160,000 of modified adjusted gross income, so it's after some deductions and things. You do phase out of that. And one thing I say is that if you don't qualify, your student might. The higher your income goes, the less benefit you get from filing, having your student file as part of your tax return. So if you're not getting any benefit out of it, I would say you might as well let them file on their own. So we'll get into that some of these next tax things too. So, but that's a great one that's out there, and we really consider that a resource for paying for college. So it's, you know, it's pretty good credit. This is a strategy if you have assets. So what we try and avoid is just liquidating and writing the check. And that's what happens a lot of times that we see. So somebody has, say they have mutual funds that they've invested in and that's what they're planning to use for college, or a stock maybe. Well, if that stock today is worth $20,000 and you bought it for $10,000, if you liquidate that, you've got to pay taxes on that $10,000 of growth as, you know, a mom or dad. So the capital gains for most people was 15%. So if you had that gain, it'd be $1,500 you'd have to pay. A strategy that you may want to consider is first giving that asset to your student and having them liquidate it, because using their tax capacity, they could, as long as they're in the 0% tax bracket, they won't have to pay any capital gains on it. So it's a pretty, there's a little more to it, but this is a very high level look at it. There's some other things you need to consider, but essentially that can save you, $1,500 a year in taxes just by making that simple transition to the student. So that's a strategy that really can work. All right, this is probably the most, regardless if you're funding college, but college is where this comes up a lot. But the idea of hiring your student in your business. And what does that mean to you? What does it mean to the bottom line? First thing is, yes, they do need to do some work for you. You don't want to just put them on payroll and not have them do anything. You can teach them valuable things through having them in your business. But here's what it means at the bottom line. This is somebody that makes $250,000 of income in their family, and as you all know, when you make $250,000, you don't take home $250,000. The income numbers get a little bit up there. But if you were to pay taxes on your return and just take that as a paycheck, at this level, you'd be paying close to 40% in taxes. So you'd have to pay $2,300 in taxes. Students can make up to $6,260 and pay 0%. They can pay 0%. So essentially, just with this simple strategy of putting them on the payroll, having them do some work for you, you can save about $2,300 a year. So instead of paying federal tax, you can pay your student. And that's a good way to help offset some of the cost of college, we think. So, over 4 years, you're going to save over $9,000 in taxes, just by a very simple strategy, but you got to put them to work in the business. I'm not going to go through all these right now. This is more my CPA talk when I talk to public accountants about how this all works, because they would say, what about kitty tax? What about this? So I have slides on that. But I want to get into this quick case study that kind of pulls everything together. This is a family we worked with this is 2 years ago, but they had a business that they want the student to come back in and take over, and they know that right now. They knew that right now. So essentially what they did was they hired their student, they put him on and gave him a salary. He worked all the summers, all the breaks. But this first slide shows if mom and dad were to take $22,000, which is the salary we decided for them, long story short, they're gonna and they had some assets they were gonna liquidate. This is their original plan. They were just gonna pay it out of cash flow. So they're gonna pay taxes on that amount. They were gonna liquidate some assets to pay for the other half. So they're gonna pay capital gains, and the federal taxes on that altogether was going to be over $9,000 to do all that. The work we did together was, you said, why don't you hire your student? They'll qualify for the personal exemption and the standard deduction. They'd have a little bit of net earned income that they'd have to pay taxes on, but that's okay. We would gift them the appreciated assets, so they would pay 0, like I talked about before. So the total tax was $1,353, but we had the parent say, we don't want to claim the student claimed themselves. They actually got a refund because they claimed the American Opportunity Tax Credit, the student did. So, when you knock it all out together, that 4-year savings was over $40,000 just by putting those strategies in place. Instead of just writing the check, put them on the payroll and ship those things to them. So those are real things that can happen. Last one is, I said don't try this one at home. It is more complex than it looks, but this is a tuition reimbursement through a small business. So if your student is an employee, you can have a tuition reimbursement plan. So just like you may have a friend that works at Nationwide or Honda and they go back for their MBA, where they've got to pay money and then they get reimbursed through their check, you can do that in a small business. There's 2 flavors. This one's a simple one on the Section 127. You can do up to $5,250. Essentially, what I've tried to illustrate is, if you wanted to have that amount of money, you'd have to pay yourself $7,000 to get that. But if you use this type of plan, you're going to save $3,600 because the actual cost of the business owner is only $3,400 a year of net, to have $5,250 because it's deductible. So it's a big swing. It's only available if the kids are 21 and over and employees. But that's kind of it really does work. It's a thing that really can happen. So that's it in a nutshell. I'm going to wrap this up because we use a 3-step process where you want to know the net cost of the school and get it as low as possible to what your net cost is going to be. And then you want to tally up all your personal resources. What's our down payments? What do we have in 529s? What can we do from cash flow? From while they're here, I always say kids aren't free when they live at home. So if that number is $300-400 a month, that's money you can help them not have to pay student loans. And then loans, figure out what that number is. Make it less than that first year starting salary. That's my big thing. That's my biggest lesson there. And then this stuff is just, putting it all together. So we do one-on-one coaching if anybody's interested. If you're interested, I think there should be a sheet in there. If you want me to email you or have our staff email you information on what it's about, we'll do that. But essentially, we put together a report, and it's designed to talk about affordability, your financial aid, give you your EFC, and really pre-approve college. So we stack up 10 schools and we look at, will you get in, and will you get aid, what's your EFC, and then also what's the ultimate net cost to go to that school, what do we project, and then how are they awarding you? Is it merit aid, is it need-based financial aid, how's it all coming in, and how do they look at it? So one of the things I point out on this is, Northwestern is a school that meets 100% of financial need, whereas OU is 52% on average. But OU gave this family $9,000 in merit aid because of the student. Which you can see, Northwestern didn't give anything. Otterbein, they came with a nice scholarship, but it's really trying to determine, again, what's our net cost to go here. Just because it costs more doesn't mean that we rule it out. It just means that we think you should know that going in and see if there's value in investing in that education at that institution, and putting it all together side by side. So I will take questions if anybody has it. Yes.
I have a couple of, one question first of all is, what incentive is there to pay off the loans? That's question number one, because it doesn't seem like there's any incentive for someone to pay off the loan in a short period of time or whatever. We hear all about the defaults and things like that, but there doesn't seem to be anything on the other end giving incentive to pay it off. Is there anything?
What do you mean by incentive? Well, let me say this. Federal student loans are non-bankruptable. And they'll garnish wages, and they'll garnish Social Security, so they'll get it. So
Right.
I mean, that's incentive, I guess.
Well,
you're not going to get out.
I understand that.
You saying stretch them out versus?
No, I'm saying if, for paying them off early, for paying on time, for having them not have to go through that process of garnishing or anything else, there doesn't seem to be any incentive to. And I know you don't make the rules.
I'm just trying to understand the question.
If there is any incentive for paying it off. Let me give you an example. My youngest son. And by the way, the other comment I wanted to make is, for all of you that are looking at this and overwhelmed and thinking, I'm not going to be able to afford to send my kids to school. We sent 3 boys through school, and we ran the gamut of life happens.
Yeah.
Everything from just when my 2 oldest boys, who were 2 years apart, in college at the same time, just as they were starting into college, the stock market crashed. Okay, so all the savings that we had put in now was, that we thought was going to cover their college, didn't.
Mm-hmm.
We ran, and then by the time the third one started college was in 2006. He decided he wanted to go to that school up north. Out-of-state tuition. Out-of-state tuition.
Right?
Yeah.
You produced him, man.
Yeah, well, no, I blame his mother for that.
My favorite child.
I blame his mother for that. But anyway, he decided he wanted to go there. He had scholarship offers, other schools and so on, didn't get one dime for Michigan. He ended up with $140,000 in debt. Okay? Now, I said we'd help him make that work, no matter what, because he had proven himself in high school that he was worthy of that. My other 2 boys, if they had said that, no way. They just weren't of that ilk, I'll say.
Mm-hmm.
So we adjusted, and I ended up, the job that I had, that I was counting on, that I was basing all our planning on or whatever, the company closed its doors. So all these life things happen along the way. And the reason I asked my question is that my youngest son plans to have that $140,000 paid off by the time he's 30. And he's 27 right now. And he will. He'll have that paid off. So my question is, here he is, he's going to have this paid off by the time that he's 30. And, you know, I hear all the stories about everybody defaulting or, you know, garnishing wages and so on. How much money is he saving them from having to go through that process? And what incentive is there? Just a question.
I mean, that's really, you'd be looking at, you know, interest rate arbitrage. I mean, that's what I would look at. I would say,
Okay.
you know,
He's
whenever
saving,
there's debt.
It's saving us in the long run,
Yeah,
obviously.
yeah, you're going to save on the interest, but could
Right.
you take that money and put it in a 401k pre-tax and avoid paying taxes? And
Right.
what's the break even 20 years from now? I mean,
Right.
that's what we kind of look at. Whenever anybody
Okay.
says, should I advance pay my mortgage? And I'm like, well, if you have any faith in the market, you know, you've got a rate of 3%. You know, I'd rather see you invest that pre-tax, by the way, have
Mhm.
that grow at 8%. And, you know, I can run numbers all day long, but not having debt sometimes gives people a warm fuzzy. So I always say there's a mathematical way and a right way financial planning wise, but there's
That's-
also the warm and fuzzy.
That's
And,
interesting.
you know,
Yeah.
I tell people, hey, if you're, you know, bent on getting this done and you're a Dave Ramsey subscriber,
Mhm.
you know, and that's what's important to you, that should be important to you, because it's your money, it's your goals and your life, so.
Well, I've had two kids that paid theirs off because
Yeah.
for that same, it must
Yeah.
be the warrant, you know, they couldn't handle that
Yeah.
huge.
Having that
Yeah,
hangover.
I've had a friend
Yeah, over
that,
their
I
head.
mean, I just talked to him about a year and a half ago. He's still got 128,000 left,
Yeah.
and he says it's like a noose around my neck. Like
Mhm.
I can't
Mhm.
get free of it. It started at 138,000 14 years ago.
Yeah.
Because I mean, but he works. He's on the income-based repayment plans. He pays his, but he's never missed a payment. But these income-based repayment programs they have out there, I think they're the worst because they just stretch your payments and you end up
Right.
just
Right.
paying longer.
Right.
And they're just there's more interest. They're like milking the.
Well, and then I have another daughter that their repayment, because she went to a private school and got private loans and her payment is like $700 or $800,
Mhm.
and they won't work with her at all. She
Yeah.
doesn't have $700 or $800 a month.
Yeah, private loans usually don't play ball. See, so that's why we say pre-approval is so important, because you should know exactly what your student loan debt's going to be and what that payment's going to be before you commit to going to that school.
Yeah.
That's our whole
Yeah.
approach. At least go into it with your eyes wide open. If you're okay with 70,000 and your payment's going to be, you know, $900, then go for it. But I think I want people to know that. And that's why college pre-approval exists, is to help people know those numbers before.
Where were you about, let's see, 15
Yeah.
years ago or whatever?
I was in Atlanta,
That
Georgia,
would
starting my
have
practice. I was young and dumb.
I have one more question.
Yeah, I know we have another presenter, so.
Right, just real quick. Co-signing for student loans,
Yeah.
what do you tell people?
So
Run,
a lot of
screaming
it,
out the door?
no, a lot of it is the same. I know what, I don't have any children, so my perspective on this is different, so I kind of take this subjective approach. But I know people will do anything for their kids. You know, so one of the things I think that we need to do for kids, though, is help them understand how this is going to impact them. You know, if you're taking out private student loans, that means you're going over the $27,000 you can take out in Stafford loans. So automatically I begin to get concerned, because anytime there's a private student loan, it means you're going over $27,000. So I know that, so I start there, but then I say, you know, do you co-sign? Well, it's usually to get a better rate. You know, that's what it is. So, but ultimately you're responsible. So, I mean, this is a very drastic example, but it does happen. If that student passes away, that is still a bill that needs to get paid.
Well,
I mean, it's
this
very
is what
drastic.
my
but-
husband did.
Yeah.
Now, key bank loans, I'm not sure, but I think if you make payments for 2 years and you never miss a payment, then you can
Ship them?
not be a co-signer any
Yeah.
longer and ship it. Is that correct?
Yes. Well, you
Okay.
have to ask the lender, and it needs to be in the document before
Okay.
say, if I'm a co-signer, what is the statute of limitations on me not being a co-signer anymore?
Okay, so it has to be in the paperwork.
Yeah, original loan
Okay.
document.
Okay,
Yes.
I'll check and see if it's
Yes.
in there or not. That's my big question.
Yes.
And this was a horrendous argument between my husband and myself that almost ended my marriage because I wanted to hurt him
Yeah.
for
No, I'm telling you,
co-signing
like,
for
I
all
have,
of these loans.
I think I'm gonna go back and get like a
So,
counseling degree, 'cause this college thing
You
causes
need
a lot of
to,
tension.
because it does.
We have polarizing families that one family says, I had all of it paid for by my parents and I didn't have any student loan debt and I want to give our kids that same opportunity.
Right.
Where the other parents, like, you know, I scratched and clawed and did it over 6 years and
Well,
I paid my
I'm the
way.
stepmom, which even made it even worse,
Yeah.
because it's like, you're not the mom, shut up.
Yeah.
You know, and it's like, okay, I'm just
Yeah.
telling you, I'm married to you.
Yeah.
And this affects us.
Yeah.
So you can say that to me,
Mhm.
but come on.
Yeah.
So anyway, that's what I want to know, because she's made payments, she hasn't missed a payment.
Yep.
She's done very well. And so I'll check in the writing of that then and see.
Check in the writing, and you can also refinance those, and the student can refinance them with another organization.
Okay, because I
So-
think she's
so go
paying
to-
through Great Lakes and.
Yeah, it's through Great Lakes and one of the servicing providers, but
AES or.
one of the easier ways a lot of times is to go and shop it. So just like you would any other loan, credit unions have a lot of good ones. There's another organization called
Okay.
SoFi, SOFI.com.
SOFI.
Yeah. So these are private lenders that this is all they do. They basically they
Alright, I'll check
try and
it
give you
out.
better. So yeah.
Yeah, my question.
Yeah.
I
And
didn't know if it was.
SimpleTuition.com is another one that has, so if you want to shop refinancing your private student loans, SimpleTuition.com will shop it to a lot of them that are out there.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Good information. Thank
Yeah.
you. so
Counseling
much.
sessions start next door, 101. You know?
Well, there you go. I'm just telling you, everybody for future
Yeah.
reference.
Yeah. But that's
Because it
our
was a
whole
horrendous argument.
The whole genesis of college pre-approval is because we would see people that come in and say, we've got all this student loan debt, and I hear you're the college guy, and we've got $120,000, and what do we do? And I'm like, I should have seen me
Well.
hopefully 5 years ago. So that's our whole idea.
And you
Just
co-sign for loans, that affects retirement.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hello.
Well, student loans, kids are moving back home. They're doing all these things. So.
I know, so, you might want
Not
to
getting
retire, but
married,
it might
yeah.
come right back and
Yep.
bite you,
Yep.
you know?
That's it.
So, thank you so much for
Thanks,
that
guys.
information.
Thank you, Joe.
Excellent.
Okay, we'll take a 5-minute break, and then we'll hear from Connie.
Yeah.
Oh, no, they.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's on a different topic.
Everybody just has their story.
It was this morning, earlier this morning.
The roads, we got everything, and he got out, and we got out of the car, and it's fine,
What she's
fine, and
speaking on,
like,
get into it, he has to raise home.
Yeah.
So, do you have a
driving out here, I was out there early.
Oh, okay. Well, we have Steve and then we have Jason from speaking after this.
Wait a minute, no.
Technology issues. And I'm doing
Or we have more on the other side, so, okay, that's fine.
And then, he's doing managing electronic data for business people. But yes, on first Tuesday, this is what we do, we have at least 3 sometimes 4. Okay, good. And we'll break breakfast and lunch. Yeah. Do you have a business card? May I have one? Sure. Great. Well, I will, if you would like, I will add you to our mailing list. Sure. Okay, we also have a program called House Business. Okay. That is on, this is on first Tuesday, this is on the first Thursday of every month. House Business.
These were from the last one.
And it was very informal. We have some refreshments, and you just come in and everybody bounces ideas off one another and talk about it. So that'll be this Thursday. So I will add you to our mailing list.
He's doing it.
Okay.
Right.
How you doing? I'm good,
Great to meet you.
Not too bad. I come from up north.
Yeah, like that.
Oh, okay.
And
Way up.
then like
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh.
Things could right up the road.
Yeah.
It's all black
Yeah.
ice.
Yeah, that was a tough time when everybody's
It had just started when I left this morning.
Yeah.
It really started, so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, he was melted by the time we got home.
There you go.
And suddenly that's.
Dublin's fine.
Two-thirds.
I mean, truly,
Thank you.
the only ice I saw was going on
I
like
appreciate
5 years,
what you're
the
doing.
road has a really.
Yeah, we're,
Education.
Doing it when it needs to hear the message.
Yeah, I
We're
know.
trying to get it out.
Yeah.
They said it was
Some
playing
unit
at
equipment.
11 o'clock,
Yeah,
so.
yeah, they're supposed to change to regular lane and skeptical.
Is it really?
So it should be.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the one thing I don't do.
I don't care about snow.
Yeah.
Thanks for your
No control.
presentation.
Yeah, yeah, thanks for having me, I
And would
really
you-
appreciate it.
This is the
Yeah.
I went to the
Yeah.
Me too, me too, yeah, that's right. I don't wanna see myself, I just wanna give it to others. Just wanna get ahead.
I didn't know it'd be like.
Yeah, yeah. Did I pick my nose?
Yeah, what's my talent? Yeah. Depends if I say it.
Yeah, right. Yes,
First one, actually, so yeah, so actually, we just took over the business for
I knew it.
this weekend,
Put it in
had
the thing.
5 tenants moved down.
Yeah, I have one, yeah.
So it's created a domino, so they moved down, and then others moved in, and, you know, it's got a lot of shifting going on this. Yeah.
And they were fairly.
Yeah, we're having an open house on March 25th, just to kind of celebrate the opening.
Yeah, I learned all the things I should have done and didn't do.
What is that?
I did everything wrong.
I should say, if you already have kids through college, don't sit in here and just get impressed.
Yeah, that's right, that's right. No, actually, if I had it to do all over again, I would have done the same things all over again. It's just that
Well, a lot
I would have
we have
known what
about 70 companies
circumstances
that do
were going to happen, I would have prepared for those.
Good way just for that, with the dress.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, well, thanks for coming today. Take care.
Is it in there?
College, anybody's interested, I can,
Yeah.
you charge $299.
Yeah, it wasn't
I
so
send out a
complete,
$100
I tried it,
people send them
Yeah,
my
I
sessions.
always do that.
Really?
For our initial
Yeah.
consults, yeah.
Absolutely not.
I do 90 minutes with people,
Yeah.
produce this,
It got even.
this report's what people get.
It's gonna get
in
worse
email.
before you get
So
home.
we put together that report.
right?
It's got all the details for you, in it.
Oh, that is funny.
So,
How you doing?
that's what we do.
Good, how are you? One-time fee?
That's a one-time fee, yeah, we do a 90-minute consult, we produce this report, and we give you what we think are your key cost
I used
reductions.
to go to we used to have an outing there every year.
Yeah, they say it's the best $300. People go 9. I mean, we do it on TV.
So probably.
Yeah, yeah. I do house calls, haven't done that long. So, we put everything up on the big screen
I
so
used to
that
live in
we can
Martinsburg for some
work
years.
all the numbers and people can see it.
It's nice sport.
Updated.
Yeah, I've actually.
That's our
played
initial
on that
consult.
one.
Really?
That's great.
Yeah, I used to play down there, I
Yeah.
played up here a
We're excited.
little bit, but less.
We think it's a much needed thing, so.
Did you give them your card?
I used to take my girls all the time, so I will, go out for 7 months
I think you
Yeah.
should.
go play game golf.
Well, my wife and I, at the end of the day, we even go play 9 a
You
lot,
go?
just go out and just play a quick 9 at, like 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon.
Yeah, then
You
you
know,
out there.
yeah, just walking and get a little exercise and.
That's my favorite time of the day to
Yeah.
play golf. I love the sunset. I used to play OSU's golf course on the summer. Just
Let's do it.
All right, kids, well, it's typically not crowded and just a lot of things like that.
Yeah, we played the little, small courses because believe me, a woman and 3 girls.
I don't do any of that stuff.
Okay.
Thank you.
There was a lot of times. when we-
Yeah, I'm sure the guys
So,
are like.
You're gonna call him.
Yeah, and some of my daughter was at 6 foot tall. She could.
Right.
It's pretty directive here.
This is good.
Well,
All right.
Love to help if I can.
And you know how to use it, that can give you a lot of leverage on that ball.
You got
so
two, you got some
I'm sure.
opportunities there
Yeah.
too, so.
But
Yeah.
anyhow, the flights are starting up.
Join the club.
Oh.
How are you?
Gosh, how are you?
I'm good, how are you?
Good,
See you
yeah.
again.
Oh my gosh, it's been so
It
long.
has been a while. Are you staying out of trouble?
Trying to.
Really?
Yeah.
That's fun.
Some kind of
He is
good
not.
I said I'm trying to, I didn't
I
say
said
I
you're
was.
not. You're not trying.
Not even trying?
I'm trying.
But I don't know if that got me signed up or not.
Wow.
Yeah,
Wow,
well,
you just don't, you want to
She's one of my,
Okay.
she's one of my friends. Couldn't imagine what my enemies say. I thought I did. I guess not.
That's because it was somebody, I was talking to a friend and they
What
looked at
type of day is it?
You didn't try to write that. I have to go check what exact day it is. Thanks. It's a little.
No, if I'm too.
Thank you.
Yeah.
This is fun. Building business.
Okay.
Who is client? This is going to be so much fun. They have
Yeah.
4 Harley dealerships.
And I thought I replied to somebody else.
Cool. Yeah.
Where's the dealership?
They're in Dover.
Oh,
So,
okay.
their main stores in Dover, right on 77.
Looking for these, I certainly got a
Okay, I'm not sure, I know I've seen your name before, but I'll just make sure that I've got the information. Do you know about our house?
Yeah.
Did our house
Cool guy.
Because I send out first Tuesdays and have.
Yeah, you gotta know that Pat now to get the most money.
Well, somebody said it to me, they didn't put it in for you.
So hopefully they're
Oh, yeah, I'm such a fighter. Yeah, that's my percent.
Oh,
Oh, leather jacket,
And
yeah.
it used to be November 15th for Thanksgiving. These kids are barely in their senior year.
Network with other companies, chat, bounce ideas off one another.
Yeah.
Beginning first Thursday.
First Thursday of every month. I'll have all your Friday. Hey, how's it going?
What do you do?
Yeah, so it's good things that work together. Just wanted to let you know that. Okay, it's good to meet you.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
Okay, yeah, we're fine.
It's in his time. So I was going to, because I have a 2 45-minute sessions.
That's right.
And so I was going to let you choose, we can take a 15-minute break.
Right there.
I saw that you have a wait, so 9:45 to 10.
Not for hot shots.
And if they don't want a break, I'll just be talking.
And we didn't used to for cubicles, but now we.
Great, oh, nice.
Yep.
And of course, offices.
Yeah, Jim will tell us and all the stuff.
Coffee. Don't get in the way of a person.
Don't get in the way.
Especially on a cold day.
I know.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah. Hope I can help.
Good for you.
Yeah, I mean, when we don't have, that's not us, but,
I'm
when
sorry?
we moved into the building, the building was 25%.
I'm speaking.
So it's more the data center, our host is the one that's attracted
Yeah.
people. They're getting
A management
power,
system that I hope
and they're getting people, connectivity,
clarifies
to
the
the
vision
internet cheaper than
and
they
gain
get
traction with
otherwise.
the company and
just
become a
on
really
the
cohesive leadership team.
That's more the power. Because
Yeah,
data
yeah, I
center
know
has a
that.
lot of power, and so it's all backup power, so that makes their offices never go down.
Right.
I've done this
Backup
presentation
and all
at the
that
deck a
stuff,
couple of times,
so that's been really
and
cool.
so Chad has asked me to come out here and do it also. Yeah, and you, Mark, what you met? Gil, it's nice to meet you. So, oh, okay,
Robin is
okay,
quite the
yeah.
mover and shaker, and so is Jim.
Yeah, well, Jim does a great job, there's no question about that.
Yeah.
He knows his stuff.
Yeah, that was his goal.
Corey she's working like crazy for, the, Convention and Visitors Bureau for Tina.
Oh, really?
Yeah, she's got a job, they hired her there, and she's still doing some contract work for some folks, some business at the deck, so she's like real busy.
Good for her.
Yeah, she's doing real well, yeah, she's a good,
Yeah, that graphic artist in her is tremendous.
yeah, yeah.
She's got a true talent for that.
Okay.
So it worked out for you for your husband's daughter. Did not work out well for my my daughter's grandparents.
She is in a lot of debt though.
Yeah.
See, and if we wanted to do anything, that debt that we have outstanding affects our credit
Yeah.
and our attempt to get another loan.
Yeah.
So luckily, we don't need one to get a loan, but if we did, if something came up and we had to, it would be, have a big effect on it.
Yeah.
So, it's a big discussion. It really is, and you really have to put a lot of thought and a lot of planning
Spring
into
will come.
it before they get to that
I
point.
keep telling myself.
Because, it just
You
hits.
ready to go?
And
All right.
it's right there in your face, and you don't want to deal with it like that.
Well, it's hard to have that discussion with the kid.
Yeah.
At least I found it to be.
Yeah, it was difficult.
All right, well, it's my pleasure to introduce our next presenter, who will be presenting up to our lunchtime. So please feel free. Kitty's is kind enough to continue to be our morning sponsor and has provided some great alcoholic refreshments. I'm just kidding.
I was looking.
Darn it.
You looking at what?
Yeah,
I'm
sure. Yeah.
I thought I'd wake you up.
Why am I
Yeah.
I thought I'd wake you up.
So we can send you back out on the ice.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's what we do here.
That's right. That's how we roll. Connie has been a longtime friend and I consider to be a very successful entrepreneur, has been involved in some multiple businesses, and I've always considered her advice and her instruction to be very valuable. So I've been very fortunate to be able to have her come and share with us. As our last presenter, I've had the pleasure of hearing Connie present on previous occasions, and all of the sessions that I have been in, she's got nothing but 100% praise from the participants in the particular event. So I know you all will get a lot out of what Connie is presenting this morning, but please feel free. My point earlier was please feel free to get up and use the restroom, get up and grab another muffin or whatever at any time, because obviously that's kind of what keeps the blood flowing and all that kind of stuff. And I know Connie doesn't mind. So Connie, thank you so much for being here this morning.
Absolutely, my pleasure. Thank you.
Really look forward to hearing what you've got to share this morning.
Thanks. So, as Chaz said, we're here for the next 4.5 hours. And so this was 2 45-minute sessions. So when we get to the end of the first 45 minutes, if you want to take a break, that's great. If you'd like to keep going, get done early, thank God, let's get her out of here. That's great. And yeah, get up and get more coffee. And if anybody finds the alcohol, bring me some. And it'll all be great. So, can we just run around the room really, really quick and give me a name and what you do?
My name is Rodney Grimes, and we do alternative, educational, and therapeutic activities.
Cool. Oh, I like that.
Short and sweet, right?
Yeah.
Good morning, I'm Jeremy Sons with eDream Computers, and we provide IT solutions in a wide range of manners.
Oh, okay. Nice.
Cat House I've been named the risk eliminator. So I take care of your financial insurance needs.
Great. Nice to see you again.
Home, auto,
Okay.
business.
Shoulder.
Shoulder.
There you go.
Okay.
Gil Raymond with Dogwood Business Development, also help facilitate the MEC facility here.
Okay.
Wayne Hammer, owner of Dogwood Business Development and also co-manager of the MEC on the TEL.
Nice.
Joe Messenger, probably everybody knows me, but I'm co-founder of Capstone Wealth Partners, and College Pre-Approvals are
Okay.
anything people know.
Lisa, you're...
I have mobile notary services, Lisa Shields. I do mortgage closings. This is my home-based business, and then I work part-time with Dwayne and Gil here at the MAC.
Oh, okay. Cool. And yeah, I know you.
Yeah.
We're fine. So what I have 2 goals for everybody today. And please interrupt me at any time with questions. Don't read ahead. Ask questions at any point in time. If I'm saying things you're thinking, what in the world is she talking about? Just ask. So 2 goals for you today. The first is to help you look at your business from a totally different perspective than you probably had ever looked at it before. And then the second goal is to give you some tools, which is what's in your workbook, that you can actually take back to your business and start using today so that you can get more out of your business and grow it to the point that you want to. Most companies and most business owners face just a whole bunch of things that drive them nuts. You know, you're making money, but you're not making as much money as you'd like to. Your company is growing, but it's not growing as much as you'd like it to. Your employees just don't listen to you. You know, you talk and they go, yeah, whatever. Not that they would do that to your customers. Keep going. Oh, some do. Okay. I had an employee who would look at me and go, are you really crazy? Or not? Yeah. You know, you read another business book and it's what I call the flavor of the month, and you try something, and then 3 months later you go, yeah, it's not really working. So one of the things that we do in my company, which is called Pure Direction, is help business leaders get a real handle on what their vision is and get 100% as a leadership team on the same page with what the company vision is. And I love this right here. That's my presentation, so maybe you should just read that and I could leave. Because then we get everyone on the same page with the vision, because more times than not, if the 5 of you are a leadership team and we put for a company and we put you all in a separate room and I ask each of you what the company vision is, I'll get 7 different answers. And so as a result of that, instead of everybody being laser focused heading toward that vision, you're off in 5 or 7 or 9 different directions. Once we have you clarified on what your vision is, we then have some tools that help you gain traction so that you become very accountable, very decisive, and you actually run your business on real numbers, not on a whole lot of ideas and thoughts, and we'll get into that in a minute. And then last, we help you become a really cohesive, healthy, functional team, because most leadership teams are not. And there's a reason they became a leadership team, and somewhere along the line, that all got lost. We got that all back together. The really serious philosopher, physicist, and mathematician Kurt Gödel proved that if you understand a system, you cannot be part of the system. So what that means to all of you as business owners, leaders, managers, is that at some point you have to get out of the day-to-day of your business, you have to get up out of the weeds, look down on your business, and figure out what the heck is going on in your business. The good news is if you're the owner, you built it, you can change it. So with that, let's get started. Excuse me. Sorry, my voice has been kind of weird this morning. I apologize for that. So if you'll open your books, we are going to start on, there's a couple of pages for notes. Feel free to take them. If you don't want to, don't worry, I won't be offended. But we're going to start on page 3, and I'm going to give you an overview of what is known as the Entrepreneurial Operating System, or EOS, as we call it in layman's terms. EOS is a system that is comprised of 6 key components that apply to every business. Doesn't matter what product you make, what service you sell, there are 6 key components, and we find that if we can strengthen companies in all 6 key components, starting with the leadership team and eventually working down through the entire organization, then we can stand back and just watch companies soar, and it is really, really fun. So, the first key component that we strengthen, oh, geez.
They're on there pretty good.
Yeah, they are on there doing the right thing. Okay, oh, that's really bad.
And they smell good too.
Yeah.
Between the alcohol, brownies,
And the mad markers, we're going to have fun this morning.
Wow.
So I understand those are pina colada muffins, so you might want to have a couple. The first key component is the vision component. And when we get you strong in the vision component, means that we have some exercises that we'll talk about in a minute, actually 2 tools, and we get that leadership team 100% on the same page with what the company vision is and how you're going to get there. And we have 2 tools for that, and I'll come back to those in just a minute. We'll actually show you how to use those. The second key component of any great company is the people component. You cannot achieve your vision without great people. And the definition of great people in your company is going to be different than the definition of great people in Joe's company. That's not right, it's not wrong, it is what it is. Because the people that are going to help you achieve your vision We're going to be a whole different set of unique capabilities and qualities than the people that are going to get you to your vision. And so again, we have 2 tools that we help people understand so they can get the great people in their company. The third component is the data component. And when we get you strong in the data component, we actually get you operating your business and making short-term and long-term predictions based on hard, cold data. Most companies, not that I ever did this, use a lot of stories and egos and stuff to run their business. And if you're like most business owners, at some point in time, you woke up at 2 o'clock in the morning and thought, how's it going? And you ran into the office, you talked to 5 people, generally the same 5 people, and you said, how's it going? And they go, oh, we're doing great. It's, oh, good. And you talk to 4 more people, and you go back to your office and you go, we're good. I used to have a marketing director who was always saying to me, Connie, you know that big customer I've been telling you about? Yeah, next month. That month hasn't arrived yet. I'm still waiting. So we get you to the point where you're using hardcore data that will be activity-based and give you the results that you're really looking for. And again, we have 2 tools. Once we have you strong in the vision component, the people component, and the data component, you have a company that is open and honest and lucid and transparent, and there's no place to hide. And that brings us to our 5th component, which is the issues component. Your ability to achieve your issues is based, or excuse me, to achieve your vision is based on your ability to solve your issues. People who achieve their vision, they knock up and set up their problems, they solve them, they make them go away forever, and we have 2 tools that will help you do that. The next component is the process component, and this is the component that most entrepreneurs dislike the most. The process component is where we help you actually document, and that's the word that makes entrepreneurs go, ugh, help you document the 6 to 8 core processes that make up your business. It's your way. It's who you are as a business. It's your franchise model, if you will. I'm not suggesting you create a franchise, but it's your way of doing business. And we use 2 tools to help you document that and then make sure that it's being practiced in your company so that you have scalability and everything is now consistent. And then we come to the last component, which is traction. And the traction component is where we bring everything down to the ground. We help you create consistency and accountability. And one of the things we always say in EOS is that there's no coincidence that traction is below vision in our model, because vision without traction is hallucination. You can have the most incredible vision in the world, but if you're not executing it on a day-to-day basis, that vision isn't going anyplace. You don't have, you're not directing individual accomplishment toward organizational objectives. We really like that. So collectively, this is the EOS model. That's it at a very high level. And if you're ready, we'll start going into some of the basic tools. Make sense? Everybody, questions, thoughts, comments? We're good. Okay. So the first tool in the vision component is what we call the 8 questions. The 8 questions are, what is your core values? What is your core focus? What is your 10-year target? What's your marketing strategy? What's your 3-year picture? What's your 1-year plan? What are your quarterly rocks and what are your issues? And if you turn the page to pages 4 and 5, you will see that these are all captured in a document that we call the Vision Traction Organizer, or for short, the VTO. What's cool about the VTO is this can become your strategic business plan. Again, I never did this, and I know you never did it either, but we used to have these 10-year strategic plans at my last company before we implemented EOS, and they were beautiful. And we'd bind them, color charts. Wow, they looked good. 74 goals for the year. And we'd hand them out to the staff, and of course I would delude myself and make believe everybody read it. And at the end of after 10 months, and then you put it on a shelf. And about 10 months later, when you were thinking, you know, we gotta get everybody organized. It's time to start working on next year's strategic plan. You would take that thing out off the shelf, and you'd scrub the dust off of it because you hadn't opened it in 10 months. And you'd be going through it and you go, oh, 76 goals. I got 2 months. What am I going to get done? Okay. With the Vision Traction Organizer, one of the things we say in EOS is that less is more. This gets your entire world down to 2 pages. This is something that you can keep in front of you. This is something that you can work on a day-to-day basis. So the first question, each of the shaded sections is a question. The first question is, what are your core values? Core values are that thing that come from inside the leadership team. They come from your core. They are who you are as a company. It's what you reek of. It is your culture. And the great thing about core values, they have to be discovered. They're not something that you get a staff team together and go forth and come up with our core values. And if you've done that, I apologize for just insulting you, but it wasn't the way to go. Your core values comes from the leader. And your core values will attract like-minded people to your company, and it will repel the people who really don't have any business being in your company. If you think about the people in your company or people in your life that you totally admire, and think about the qualities that you admire about them, they're probably the qualities you share, and they're the reasons you became that person's friend, or that person's business partner, or that person's spouse. It works in your personal life as well as your professional life. And so we recommend companies come up with 3 to 5 core values, 5 at the most. Closer to 3 is always better. I have a client right now that has 3 really powerful core values, and they have actually come up with a hand signal that identifies each of the 3 core values. And when they catch somebody in their company exhibiting one of those core values, they show the hand signal, which I think is really, really cool, very creative. And it's how they let, if you've done something, they've got a hand signal for that. And then everybody knows, wow, that's what that core value looks like. Wonderful. Once you have your core values determined and you've written them down, we encourage you to come up with a story behind them. What does it mean? What does it mean to have each of those core values? We don't need a 40-page story. We need a 1-page story. So one of the core values as my company is be humbly confident. And the story around that is be vulnerable, because none of us are perfect. Be humble about what we know our stuff, so that we can go out and teach it and help companies. But we don't need balloons, we don't need bright lights, we don't need anybody high-fiving us, because we know what we're doing and we're bringing value to who our customers are. That helps your staff understand what does that core value mean and how does it apply to our company. Make sense? Questions? We're good? Okay. Once you have your core values determined, you're now ready to develop your core focus. Core focus has been called a million things over the years. It's been called hedgehog concept by Jim Collins in Good to Great. Stephen Covey calls it voice in his book, The 8 Habits. People call it mission statement, vision statement. I really don't care what you call it. We like the term core focus because, again, it comes from the core of your company. And in essence, it is the reason your company exists. It's why you get up every morning, go into the office, whether it's your bedroom or a 40-mile drive, and make your day happen. Your core focus does not tell you or does not tell the world what it is you do for a living, quite frankly. So one of my favorite core focuses, is that a real word, focuses? Sure, it is now. One of my favorite core focuses is to experience the excitement of competition, to win, and to crush competitors. You're laughing. I know. Isn't that powerful? It's really powerful stuff. Whose core focus do you think it might be? Anybody know? It's Nike's. Does that tell you anything about tennis runners and cleats and warm-up jackets? Not a thing. And think about it, they have crushed their competitors big time. So your core focus, again, has 2 parts. It's your purpose, why you get out of bed in the morning, and you can call it purpose or mission or vision or core focus, whatever you like to call it, pick one. And the second part of it is your niche. What is it that you do better than anybody else within that core focus? My favorite core niche is Orville Redenbacher's. It's one word. Popcorn. That's it. The power of a core focus, knowing your core focus and your niche, is it helps you avoid what we call the shiny stuff. All those opportunities that pop up and they're around, and your customer goes, oh, you know what you ought to do? I have a customer right now who has 7 employees and they're in 9 industries because their customers have said, hey, you know what you ought to do? And we're having this big discussion about how probably 7 of those industries need to go away. None of them are growing. They're not good in any of them. And they just got off. They didn't even know what their core focus was. And when a customer said, can you? They said, of course we can. And then they ran back to the office and they said, how in hell are we going to do that? And they went out and they bought another business, or they hired another person to do whatever that was. Okay? So they really kind of got off track. So if you get your core focus nailed, and you know exactly who you are, and you know what your core values are, now you have to stay laser focused on that and get rid of everything else that comes your way so that you can stay laser focused and so that you can grow your company and be exactly who you want to be. So when someone comes up to Orville Redenbacher and says, you know, all these companies are making these really cool, you know, mixes, protein mixes, all these really cool things. We're making popcorn. Let's add some peanuts to that, and we'll add the walnuts for the antioxidant value, and we'll add some chocolate chips for a little sweetness, and some, dried cranberries. We'll have this really powerful stuff. Orville stands there and goes, no, popcorn. That's what we do. We're not going to go down this path of making trail mix for, whoever. We make popcorn. No, he makes caramel popcorn and kettle corn and all kinds of popcorn, but he makes popcorn and nothing else. Make sense? So you have to, the niche is what you are, and you have to know that. The third question is your 10-year target. Your 10-year target has been called a lot of things also. We like BHAG, big, hairy, audacious goal. What is that thing that you're striving for? If you look 10 years out, and it could be 8 years, it could be 20 years. Most of our clients use 10, so we stick with 10. If you look 10 years down the road, what do you want to be? I always think of it as, what do I want to be when I grow up? Okay, and so that might be, it should be just a simple statement. We don't need a P&L statement. We don't need 14 pages of, how many staff that'll include. But, so I have a client now that is a Harley-Davidson dealership. They're so cool. And their 10-year target is to have, they have 4 dealerships now in one state, Ohio. Their 10-year target is they want to have 15 dealerships in a total of 5 states. And they've put a dollar value. They want to do $85 million in business in each dealership. Now, when they were coming up with that, there were people on the leadership team going, we're going to do what? Because it's big and it's bold and you'll love it. It has to have a little bit of reality to it, of course. They started out with bigger numbers, and once they got to talking, they settled on 15 dealerships, 5 states, 85 million in sales per dealership. And there's a piece of them going, okay, this is good. It got them there. And they can now get excited about that. And as we start to roll this out to all the dealerships, they'll get all of their dealerships excited about it. The next piece is your marketing strategy. Your marketing strategy has 4 parts to it. The first part, and this is strategy. This is all about structure and strategy. This is not about tactics. Your first part to your marketing strategy are, who are your ideal customers? You have to be able to describe them. The demographic, the psychographic, and the geographic. Who are they, what are they, and where are they? Most companies, again, I never did this, wants to be everything to everybody. That's why when a client goes, can you? You go, sure. And then you're back to the office and go, oh my God, how are we going to do that? One of the coolest things is to watch clients fire their customers. You all have a customer that is not your target market, and that person drives you nuts. My last company, one of our business lines was electronic waste recycling, and we had a large hospital, not right here in Central Ohio, that because they were a hospital thought we should do everything for free. So they expected me 3 times a year to send a semi-trailer to their hospital to collect all their e-waste, which they never called us to come get it until the fire marshal showed up and said, get all this junk out of here. And of course, then they wanted me to come that afternoon, and they wanted me to come for free. And we'd go, yeah, no, that's not happening. When we implemented EOS, we got to the point where we said, this man is driving us insane. Insane. And we were the people that were running around trying to figure out how do we make him happy. He didn't want to be made happy. We got to the point where I wanted to say to him, if I show up in your emergency room with a broken leg, do I get a free x-ray? I don't think so. And so we fired him. And it was so liberating. It was hard to do.
Yeah.
We had a big, oh God, who's gonna tell them? Okay, I own the company. I told them nicely. And you know, I went to see him, didn't call him or send him an email. I went to see him personally. We had a nice discussion, and he said, okay, fine. And then he sent me an email 2 weeks later. He said, we found somebody else. And it turns out that the company that was taking their e-waste was throwing it in the landfill, which was something we never did, and we could guarantee that and prove it. So clearly he really didn't care about sustainability. But it freed up the change in the milieu in our company when we fired this guy, because accounting, he drove accounting nuts. He was always at the top of the list for collections. He drove our receptionist nuts because if he called and somebody wasn't in the office, he would yell at her like it was her fault. We were supposed to know he was going to call at that hour that day. We should have been there. Being the you know, slackers that we were, we weren't. So everybody in the company took a big sigh when I said to this gentleman, it's really been nice knowing you. We think you need to find another vendor. So knowing exactly who your customer is and where they are lets you target all of your marketing to the right group. You're not wasting time and effort talking to someone, looking at somebody that is not part of your target market. The second part of your marketing strategy is, what are your 3 uniques? They'll be different for every company. You might share, as an IT company, you might share unique with another company, but you're not going to share all 3. As an insurance agent, you might share unique with another company, but again, you're not going to share all 3. They are the 3 things that make you attractive to your ideal customer. They're the 3 things that makes your customer go, yes, I need to work with this gentleman because he's going to do exactly what I need. And it's almost like core values for your customers in a way, okay? What makes you unique, and what attracts you to your customers and attracts your customers to you. Once you've identified your 3 uniques, and these are statements, these are not big paragraphs. Notice there's 1 line there, okay? Less is more. The 4th piece for your marketing strategy is, what is your proven, or your 3rd piece rather, what is your proven process? If you can actually draw what the process looks like from the point where you acquire a customer all the way through how you take care of them for life, you will be able to show your customers what the relationship looks like. And so I'm not going to leave these with you, because you're not going to want them, quite frankly, but I'm going to show you what my proven process looks like. And what's really cool about this, you guys could share it before I get up, I'm sorry. What's cool about a proven process is that your competitors don't have it. Your competition isn't showing people, what does it look like to work with me? So if you can put it on something like heavy cardboard, spend a little money with a graphic designer, have them draw something out, or you draw it out, which is what I did, and then I gave it to somebody and said, make it look pretty. It shows them what the life cycle looks like when they work with your company. And that will show your customers more about you than you can imagine. Now, the fun part about it is if you mess up one of those, they'll come to you. Okay, you said here, yeah, you said we were going to do this. We haven't done that yet. So they pay attention to these things, which is awesome, okay? And then the last piece is a guarantee. We really encourage everybody to think about, what is the one thing that makes your customer go, ooh, I don't know. What's the one thing that holds them back from making a decision? If you can structure a guarantee around that, you get rid of that fear and you get them to yes faster. So my guarantee is I charge a session fee. And I work with clients, as you can see there, for about 8 days across a 1.5 year period of time. And I charge a day fee, that's it. There's no upfront cost. They don't give me any money to retain, nothing. But my guarantee is if we get to the end of the day and they don't feel they got value from me, they don't pay me. I ask them to bring the check to the meeting. I don't waste time invoicing, but they hang on to that check. I have a client now, we're in our 4th session together, and we walk in, he hands me the check, and I go, yeah, no, it's 8:30 in the morning, we're not done yet. Put that back in your pocket, because we may get to the end of the day, and you may go, he goes, but we got value the first 3 days. Okay, doesn't mean you're going to get value today, come on. I mean, I think you will, but you might not. You may decide at the end of today that this was not a valuable day. So guess what? That check goes home with you, and I don't get paid. In case you're wondering, I've never not been paid. But it's a great guarantee, because if you think about the world of consulting, which is the world I kind of fit into, people are afraid that, oh yeah, they're going to come in here with some snazzy thing, they'll really not help us, and that's their big fear. So you take away that fear, what it means to work with you as a company, and if you can structure a guarantee, that's awesome. Sometimes you can't. Sometimes you certainly can't guarantee somebody, I'm going to save you $10,000 a year, and my service is free. Sometimes, depending on what your product or your service is, you may not be able to structure a guarantee, but probably 95% of our clients can do that.
Can you give an example, like guarantee? Because, like you said, in like a consulting capacity, like yours is, keep your check until. But do you have any other? Because I do think that's a compelling proposition for.
Yeah, I have. So I have a client who is in the printing business. Okay. And their guarantee is if they don't turn around, they do ask for an upfront, some upfront money, so they can do the setup and some of that kind of stuff, that sunk costs that they have before you even decide to buy one of these, let's say. And so their guarantee is if they don't provide this to you within 36 hours of receiving your concept, or if they provide you the outline and you don't like it, they will totally refund their setup fee. They'll still go ahead and do another design and change the design, okay? And what they're looking at is, and what they pride themselves on is, we do a great job of sitting down with our clients saying, honey, what are you trying to accomplish with this piece of paper? Why did you think boxes were a good idea? Or, they feel like they spend a lot of time with their client trying to really understand what their goals are and what the outcome is that they want. And so they take away the fear, because we've all done that too. You have something printed and you're going, it's okay.
Yeah.
So they take away the fear by saying, within 36 hours we'll have a design to you. If it doesn't hit the mark, we'll refund that money. And they won't. They have customers that say, well, just apply it to my order. And they go, no, we want to give you a check back, because that makes it tangible and it makes it real.
Yeah, it's more than just a money-back guarantee. I think that's kind of, I think a lot of people do that, but it's just hard to, everybody's like, well, everybody says that, so kind of time holding it and saying,
Right. Does that help?
Yeah, it does, thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. So, so your marketing strategy, once you have that in place, you now have something that becomes consistent and that you can take to the entire world to tell your story. And thank you. Oh, thank you. And so now you have, you know who your target market is, you know what your uniques are, and now you have common themes that can run through all of your marketing stuff, whether it's a TV ad, a radio ad, print, media, website, your business card, whatever. You now have a strategy that you can take to the world, so to speak. Make sense? Questions? Everybody's still awake, I'm so excited. The next piece is your 3-year picture. Now, 3-year picture is a little bit more detail than your 10-year picture, but not a lot. So obviously you have to pick a future date. We suggest people work off of whatever their fiscal year is, whether that's calendar year, or my clients are all over the place on their fiscal years. So you pick out a future date 3 years from now. A couple of simple numbers: what revenue you're looking for, what profit are you looking for, and I always recommend that people put in, after their profit and friends, what percentage of the revenue that is, so they know what they're trying to hit. And then what's the measurable? Maybe that's whatever the measurable is for your company. It's X number of policies written, let's say. For me, my measurable is how many clients do I have? How many session days do I do in a year? So whatever the measurable is for your company is the measurable you want there. Now, when we talk about revenue and profit, I always say to my leadership teams, do not send your accounting department, because you can see the CFO rolling their eyes. We don't need to send the accounting department back to history and to spend 16 weeks or hours working on big P&L statements. If you're making, I don't know, $2 million this year, and in 3 years you want to be at $10 million, fine. If you know that, you know, in your heart of hearts, that that's a doable thing, that's close enough. So we don't have to have the P&L statement. Same thing with profit. If you're looking to make whatever profit that is, do the math, there's your profit number. Same thing on measurables. For me, if I'm doing X number of sessions this year, I go, okay, in 3 years, that means I want this many more clients. Oh, okay, I'm going to do 60 sessions a year, or whatever that number is. And then we just want a bulleted list of what does it look like. Does that mean that you need 2 more people in your company? Do you need a second location for your insurance? Do you need a bigger computer system? Do you need a fleet of vehicles? Just a bulleted list, okay? Again, you don't have to spend 40 hours going, well, let's see, do we need 2 vehicles or 3? We need a fleet of vehicles, okay? My printer guy is looking at that. That's one of the things he wants in 3 years. He outsources his delivery, he wants to bring it in-house, and so he wants to have vehicles within 3 years. Once you have this, you have 2 things that you're ready for. The first piece is you now know what your vision is. You know exactly who you're going to be when you grow up. You can share it with all of your staff, and then you're ready to bring it down to the ground and develop your traction side, which is on page 5? Yes, 5. All of this data is now going to feed into your the traction side of the Vision Traction Organizer. So the first thing is, what's your 1-year plan? Same drill, pretty much, as your 3-year picture. What's 1 year from now? Okay, whatever that date is. What's your revenue going to be? What's your profit going to be? And then 3 to 5 goals that you absolutely have to do in the next year to get to that 1-year plan. Not 27, not 42, 3 to 5. Hopefully closer to 3 than 5. I say that to my clients all the time. Closer to 3 than 5. Because then you can stay focused on them and you can make that happen in the year. Now there are 2 ways to set goals, and it's the one pitfall we always tell everybody about. Some companies, and I'll share my bias in just a moment, although I'm sure it'll be obvious. Some companies write goals because, man, they're going to go for the moon. They're going to go for the stars. And if they don't get to the stars, they go, well, we made progress. Other people say, we're shooting for the moon. And when they don't hit the moon, they can look at that and go, here's the gap. And they can study the gap, they can analyze it, and they can figure out why they didn't get to the moon. Maybe it was something in their industry that changed that made a goal totally ridiculous. One never knows. So either one works. I encourage you to pick one and stick with it. My bias, of course, is to shoot for them and hit them. Because if you define them and you're shooting for them and you don't hit them, then you can figure out, how did we get off? You know, what happened? Where did we mess something up, forget something, not do something, whatever. So that's just a pitfall for goals, and I really encourage you to think about which way you want to do it. Once you know what your 1-year plan is, now we create this really cool world for you, and we help you create your rocks. I love the word rocks. Have you ever heard Stephen Covey talk about time management? And he has a cylinder, and he's got rocks, and he's got sand and gravel and water. And he says to people, this cylinder represents your time. Whether it's a day, week, month, doesn't matter. The cylinder represents your time. I want you, somebody, you know, you can always get somebody to volunteer. I want you to come up here, and I want you to put all this stuff in here, because all of this stuff represents what you have to do. I want you to put it all in the cylinder. Invariably, people throw in the sand, and then the pebbles, and then the water, and now the cylinder's full, and only half the rocks go in. And he kind of stands there and goes, well, you got 7 rocks left over. So that's where the term rocks comes from, because you have to put for this exercise to work, you have to put the rocks in first. Yes, they take up the bulk of the space, but then the sand and the water and the gravel will work its way down and, you know, snake around all the crevices and the grooves, and it'll fill all that little teeny tiny space that the rocks leave over. So that's why we use the word rocks. It's a sticky term. It sounds better than goals. People like it better than goals. But rocks are the 3 to 5, hopefully closer to 3 to 5, priorities that you absolutely must do in the next 90 days to hit your one-year plan. And so we create this 90-day world for you, and you're thinking, why 90 days? 90 days because it's been demonstrated that as human beings, we can stay focused for 90 days. At day 89, things start fraying around the edges, and at day 91, the wheels fall off the bus, and we come to a crashing halt. And that's when we kind of go, ah. So at 90 days, we get the leadership team back together. We look back and we say, how did we do? How was this quarter? Great, we got 90% of our rocks done. Super, we're moving toward our one-year plan. We revisit the vision. Are these core values still ours? Do we still all agree with these? Do we still agree this is our core focus? Yes. And we set our rocks for the next 90 days. We put our head down and we go to work. And every 90 days, we come up for air and we just do that all over again. And so by the time you have marched through a year, you're now going to hit those goals. And you're not sitting there in month 10 going, well, okay, I haven't started on any of these yet. Again, not that I ever did that. Because now you've been marching toward them in small bites, and it works, and you get to accomplish your first-year plan. And eventually that'll take you to your 3-year plan and your 10-year goal. The last of the 8 questions on the traction side is your issues list. And the issues list, this is really scientific, so try to follow this. You just write them down. That's all this is. What are the issues? Just write them down. There is great therapy in getting them out of your head. If you've ever read Dave Allen, Getting Things Done, talk about the guru of list making. I'm a list maker, but even I go crazy when I read him. It doesn't belong up here. And we get you to the point where everybody in your company is comfortable pulling out those issues, identifying them, putting them on a list someplace in your company. And in a few minutes we'll talk about how you solve those issues, knock them down, and make them go away forever. Okay? So that's the science behind the issues list. Just write them down. So that is the 8 questions. That is the Vision Traction Organizer. And the second tool under Vision then is what we call SBA, or shared by all. We get our companies to a point where everybody in the company understands the vision. They know what the core focus is, how we're going to get there, what their role is in making that happen. And so it is shared by all, and everybody gets it. And now you have a team that the individual accomplishment is working toward organizational objectives. Make sense? Mm-hmm. Questions? Confusion? Yes?
I said one. On the vision side, what do you share externally versus internally? Are there things to communicate to the public versus what you share internally?
Great question. So this is an internal document. Okay. We encourage companies not to take their core values and write them on mugs and print them on T-shirts and notepads. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
But we also encourage our clients to get to a point, and they're going to get here in 2 years. This is not something they're going to do the first 6 months, where they start sharing those, not necessarily in the exact wording, but they start sharing them with their vendors and start looking at their vendors in terms of, do my vendors share our core values? Mm-hmm. Because if they do, wow, they're the perfect vendor for you. Okay. We used to look at it in terms of our customers. When we would meet with clients, did they share our core values? Not necessarily 100%, but the majority of them, is there that relationship there? Because that can help define a relationship and really kind of cut through a lot of the angst that you sometimes go through in developing a relationship with a client. So yeah, it's not something that we recommend people put out But it totally is an internal thing, but it can be used to help you determine your relationships with clients and vendors. Does that answer your question?
Yep, she said it's kind of an internal metric, I mean, when you're
Yeah, pretty
vendors
much.
and
Right.
people, just
Right.
you know what they are and.
Right,
Yeah.
yeah. Now, we had our core values printed, and they were in a display case in our lobby. And it was always interesting to me to watch the visitors to our company go, wow, this is cool. This is who you guys are? And we're like, yeah, that's who we are.
Yeah, 'cause I wonder about that transparency, 'cause I mean, I always want to be completely transparent.
Sure.
And if people aren't a good fit, I want
Right.
them to, you
Absolutely.
know, thank you and
That's right.
move on,
Yeah.
so.
Yeah, there were times when we talk ourselves out of business. We have a customer, hey, could you do this? And we go, well, we could, but why would you? Why?
Yeah, you don't want us to.
You don't want us to do that. I could.
Mhm.
It's going to cost you a lot of money. Cool for me, not so much for you.
Yeah.
Or we'd help them go find a different vendor because we go, that's not our sweet spot.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
that fit then into what our core values were.
Right.
Okay?
Great.
That
Yeah,
help?
thank you.
Sure. Other questions?
No, when you talk about the core values, that's something I've been changing in my agency. Is there's 80% of my work is developed by 20% of the people in my agency, and that's because they don't fit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And so I'm starting to walk away from people like that.
Mm-hmm. I have a client now that we had done this day. We had done focus day. And in between, so there's a month between focus day and vision building day number 1. And they called me. I usually call my clients about halfway through the month. How you doing? You need anything? You good? Because they're learning. And so I called this guy, and he said, "Oh, I'm so glad you called. We can't work with you anymore." Wow, what'd I do? And he said, "No, it's not you. Our 2 sales reps quit. We got to hire sales reps." Okay, I really suggest we do vision building day number 1 so we can identify what a sales rep looks like for your company. And he went, "Oh, okay." And we don't have to wait a month. We can do it sooner. Can you come next Monday? I can come next Monday. And so we started working on vision building, and we're going to get to, I reorganized things a little bit for him because he needed to hire people. So we didn't finish the whole Vision Traction Organizer. We did core values, and we did core focus, and we did tenure target. And then we went to work on people a little bit so we could talk about sales positions or sales seats in his company. And we got done with that, and he sat there and he went, "I'll be damned." And I thought, oh man, did I mess something up here? And he goes, "No, now I know why. They never seemed to be the right people. They weren't the right people for our company, and they weren't sitting in the right seats. And now," he goes, "I was really bummed because I quit thinking, oh my God, what am I going to do? I don't have sales reps." He goes, "And now I'm a happy camper." Okay, glad I could make your day. But but he was able to look at that and say, wow, no wonder it never felt right. And now he had something very, very tangible to know why it didn't feel right. So good for you.
Mm-hmm.
Hard thing to do.
Mm-hmm.
Really hard thing to do, but it makes sense. Other questions about Vision Traction Organizer? We're good?
Yeah.
Oh, wow, I talked longer than I usually do. I'm sorry. So, here's the deal. We can take a 15-minute break, and actually the rest of this goes a whole lot faster. This is the big piece to talk about. We can take a break, or we can keep going and be done early. Whatever your
Why
pleasure.
don't we take at least a
5-minute break? Okay.
5-minute break or so.
No, I am not. I'm not that smart. No. So I'm Gino Wickman is the gentleman who developed EOS. Okay. And he about 10 10 years ago, started thinking, you know, I need people that help me implement this. I can't be the only person out there doing this. And so he came up with a whole system then to help people become implementers. So I was selected by him to do what I do. Okay. I paid a lot of money to go to his course. Okay. But I'm not a franchise. And so when I get a client, the money I earn is my money. I don't have to give him a fee. Now, if he gives me a lead, sure, I pay like one time referral fee, and it's a percentage, and all that kind of stuff. Now, there are certain things I'm expected to do to maintain my standing as a implementer. I have to, my sessions have to be rated on a scale of 1 to 10, at 75 or higher. And when we rate sessions, we're not asking the team to rate us, we're asking the team to rate the work we did that day. So if they think they did a crap job and they self-suffied, that's what I get for a rating. Yeah. I'm expected to show up in his course at least 3 times a year. Quarterly we get together, even though we're not a franchise, we hold ourselves accountable for sure. And so at least 3 times a year.
Thank you so much. Sorry, no, I made you laugh.
It's all the basic. I don't. All the stuff that you see, well, I have a book.
I don't know if you're interested in anything.
But we have a big 3-ring leadership team. I can have that for myself.
How's everything coming along with your plans?
Coming along very, very well.
Yeah.
Middle of the amazing clean out over there for the evaluation. Mr. Dan funded several events for this year. Originally we were going to make a carve out for the hospital.
Kind of a mastermind.
One time events.
Yeah,
Looks like we'll be
we
doing
don't want
it
to say
monthly.
that, we want to keep it
Once a
informal
month.
and make people comfortable, you know what I'm saying? Not that you know, but, yeah, it's.
And we'll be able to do other events.
Yeah, it's good. We all experience the same challenges.
Yeah, just in a different way.
Different industries that are struggling. This kind of stuff we all
Just like
do.
mortgage, I do title all the time, and I never see them.
Yeah.
Everything that I do is via email,
Yeah.
or I do or a text. So
I do
it's
have a
hard
really
for me
unique
to
model
face it
that we're
because
working
I
on.
work in title company
And the two
Quarterly meetings are pretty.
so I never
One of
see,
our
but I have to do that via
Materials,
social, you know, like if it's media, if you're in with LinkedIn, I can contact it that way, or via email, or regular mail, I'll send cards, you know,
Yeah, the business model really works into a large part of like, high school organizations.
yeah,
They
it's a
produce our
whole
services,
different
we'll
ballgame
get
for me to do.
yes, we're interested, we don't have the funding.
Dynamic, we can see
I
if
can help you
people
generate
sign
the
up online for our newsletters.
And unlike other professional services, you don't have to come in and cold call. We actually use the equipment to put on an event. So we come
Trying to figure out how we
Oh, no, you're
how to
fine.
humanize ourselves.
And
part of the
it's
fundraising
a tricky thing
and
to try
hopefully
to do
because
that manner.
Yeah, so we're trying to do it in my writing style. Trying to make it accessible and always kind of give almost to people. Because I get really
I don't know if
technical.
blogging helps do that, you know, if, you know, 'cause there's a lot of
and
blogging
reporting
or
and
ebooks.
too
So
hard
if you go to
to
EOS
have the two together and
Yeah.
separate out what was
But
part
I
of
didn't know if it was
fundraising
viable
for
for my mortgage
service.
company
Business
to,
is
you know,
really
to utilize
organization.
that.
I think some of those personal one-to-ones that you've already got.
We also have a phenomenal
Function today, and that's what gets around here.
But my business is cut from businesses, and
Yeah.
I always want to keep cutting
These,
costs.
yeah, these are any questions.
I have to
I
do
drink
my
on
part
that.
to say, I'm sorry, this is my
Dollars
fee, I can't
donated
do that.
to them. To
And I have to do them, but
Out
my husband
paid
still sent me
for
to
service.
this one.
It's financial aid.
I can't do that.
Kept it very clean, so.
To travel that distance,
Your minimum.
you're
And
ready?
donated there.
two cents is done.
Is everyone ready?
You know,
Sitting in the
and,
bus, all I have to do is find the kids.
well, it's great.
Nice to meet you too.
Interesting. Hang on.
Good
Well, hey,
information.
whatever works, you know.
That's okay. Cool.
Here, we'll take care of that, we'll take care of that.
Yeah, no problem.
Connie, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
I really appreciate
Yep,
it.
no problem.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Right back in.
Oh, that'd be great.
So if you turn to page 6, there's a cheat sheet. This is just some examples of core values from different companies. And it's just a way to help you think about what your core values might be. There's actually a bazillion of them out there, but these are just some really cool ones that we like. So we put them in a workbook for you. It's real simple. You don't have to like any of them. So the next component, so that's vision. The next component is the people component, and there are 2 things you need in the people component. You need the right people, and you need them in the right seats. So right people are the people that share your core values. They're the people, because if they share your core values, you will attract them to your company. They'll enjoy being part of your company. When I decided to become an EOS implementer, and was accepted by the gentleman who developed the system to be an implementer, not a franchise, but he had to say, yeah, you can come be one of us. His statement to me was, these are our core values. If you don't share them, don't come with us. You won't have fun. You won't like it. We won't like you. He was real upfront about it. It was like, okay, well, that puts that in perspective, doesn't it? But if your people don't share your core values, they're not going to help your company grow. They're not going to have a good time. You're not going to have a good time. So if you look to page 7, we have a tool called the People Analyzer. And across those angled lines at the top, we have you write in your core values. And then down the left-hand column, write the names of the people in your company. And for each core value, you give them a grade. And there's 3 grades. The first one is a plus, which means they show that core value or demonstrate it most of the time. Can't be 100% of the time. None of us are perfect, except all of us, of course. A plus minus, they show it sometimes yes, sometimes no. Or a minus, they never exhibit that core value. Once you figure that out for all of your staff, you then have to set a bar. What's the acceptable? If you have 5 core values, we always recommend that at least 3 of them have to be pluses and 2 of them can be plus minus. Minuses are never allowed. That is a deal breaker in our world. We do not suggest that you go, oh, or core value number 1, that's always got to be a plus. You'll drive yourself nuts if you do that. Okay? If you have 5 core values, as long as 3 of them are a plus for your people, at least 3 are a plus, and the other 2 are plus minus, then that's a good fit. That's a person who will fit your culture, and you'll be great. Now, if you have staff, and you sit down tonight and you do this with your staff, and you go, oh my God, Elmer, these 3 plus minuses and 2 minuses. Please don't fire Elmer tomorrow. It takes our customers about a year and a half to put all this together because we encourage you to work with your employees. And because maybe if your employee doesn't know what the core value is, then he can't know that he's not hitting it, right? And so we certainly have a process of working with our clients, helping them teach this to their employees so that they can have the opportunity to decide if that's a core value they really want to embrace. The second part of people is right seats. And we use the People Analyzer again, and I need a different whiteboard. So,
Want me to?
no, we're good. We're good.
Because I can stick this up on the wall.
Oh, okay. And we can post it.
Yeah, it's posted, so.
Cool. Thank you. To figure out the right seats for people, you have to develop what we call an accountability chart. And if you turn to page 8, you will see a basic accountability chart. Accountability charts work like this. There's a basic belief that there really are only 3 major functions in any company. There's a sales and marketing function, there's some kind of operations, and there's a finance. And in the world of EOS, we talk about a 4th function called an integrator. The integrator is the person that harmoniously orchestrates the 3 major functions, keeps everything running on a day-to-day basis. That's the person that loves detail. I was the visionary in my company. And B, I could be the integrator if I had to be, but it drove me nuts. And so if you look at page 8, you'll see the kinds of things that an integrator is going to do. They're very logical, and they love it, and they eat it for breakfast every single day, and they know exactly where every piece of inventory is. If you have a production facility, they're amazing. But they keep all of this running. 50% of the times, this is what companies look like. But 50% of the time, there's this other seat up here that we call the visionary. And the visionary is that person who has all the ideas. They have 100 ideas before they even walk into the office in the morning. They're great with the big relationships. They're great with developing culture. They solve the big monster problems that cross every single department within your company. I would walk in and go, hey, you know what I was thinking? And my staff would go, oh, damn, stop thinking. And of course, then important to core focus to get me off the shiny stuff. But they're the people that make all of that happen. They're the dreamers in our world. And they and the integrator couldn't be more different. So if you have a visionary in your company, you need to make sure that they are clearly defined. Now, when we work with clients, we're going to draw this out to what their company looks like. So maybe sales and marketing breaks out, and there's a research and development group, and there's a client service group or customer service group. Whatever it looks like for the client, that's how we're going to draw it. But what we're going to do for every single seat that sits in, and notice we're not talking people yet, we're talking seats. For every seat that sits in a company, we're going to go back, and we are going to identify the 5 major responsibilities for every single seat. These are the accountabilities. This is why this seat exists. And so what you see on page 8 is just a sample of what the accountabilities might look like for each of those 5 positions. We customize it to your company. We don't use anything that's a template. And once we have figured that out, now we can look at getting the right people in the right seats. So if you turn back to your people analyzer, you've still got some more you've written in your 5 core values, and you've figured out who fits and who doesn't. The right seats are the people who GWC it, which means they get it, they want it, and they're capable. They get it. They understand exactly why this seat exists in this company. They don't need a book. They really understand it, and they want to do it. They get out of bed in the morning going, yes, I want to go in and do, fill in the blank, and they're capable of it. They have the unique capabilities. They have the skills. They have the knowledge. They have whatever it is they need to fill that seat and do it well. And to have the right people in your organization, you have to have both. You have to have right people, and they have to be in the right seats. So you always will hit one of 2 problems. You'll have a person who's right person. You love them. They practically walked in your front door with your core values tattooed on their forehead. You want to take them home every Friday night, bring them back on Monday morning. They exemplify who your company is. But for whatever reason, they're in the wrong seat. Seat got too big, seat got too small. They don't really get it. They don't have the ability, whatever. And so you have to fight for the greater good of the organization, and many times we work with our clients and you have to make that tough people choice. We're assuming that you're all for-profit companies, and so if you have the right person but they're in the wrong seat, maybe you can put them in a different seat. Again, you don't fire them tomorrow morning. Maybe you can work with them. Maybe there's a skill they need. They need to improve on it, and then they'll be the perfect person for that seat. And so maybe you can help them get there, but if you can't, then you may have to make the tough people decision. The other problem you run into is you have somebody who's in the right seat. You cannot imagine running your company without Elmer doing whatever it is he does. That would drive you nuts. But when you look at Elmer, he doesn't share your core values. And so what we have to help customers and our clients understand is that person is chipping away at your company every single day in small ways that you cannot even see. And so, again, you have to make the tough decision. If it's one core value, well, you can meet with Elmer, and maybe Elmer can get there. But if he can't, then you have to make that tough people decision, and you have to argue for the greater good of the company. Make sense? You owe it to yourself, you owe it to your company, you owe it to everybody else in the company. I can tell you when we implemented EOS at my last company, after working with my CFO for 19 years, and in our session with our implementer, we're doing this and we're doing People Analyzer, and we always say to clients, okay, take 5 quiet minutes and work on X. And I'm doing core values for this person going, oh damn. There was always those 2 little brain cells in the back of my head that would synapse every once in a while. I go, something's not right. So we'd go have a beer. We'd go out to lunch. We'd just sit and chat. Nothing ever, she didn't share our core values. She was a negative on 4 out of 5. And so when our implementer would go, okay, we always say, we start with the brave one and we'll go to the left. So whoever's the brave one, I thought, I have to be the brave one. I used to always go last as the company president because I didn't want my staff to say stuff, yeah, what she said. So I thought, I have to be brave and I have to go first. And so I did we were doing the leadership team, so I did a couple of leadership team people, and then I got to my CFO, and I'm going plus, minus, plus, minus, 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 minus. It sucked the air out of the room. And it got really, really quiet, and my implementer went, okay, next, going left. 3 days later, my CFO walked out the front door, mutual decision. I didn't fire the individual, mutual decision. And that person was able to sit there and go, oh yeah, I never supported anything this company was doing. And you hung around for 19 years. Plus, I kept looking at myself going, what kind of a leader are you? You didn't see this for 19 years? Wow, shame on you. Monday morning, 5 people walked into my office and said, what took you so long? And then the stories started coming out. It was one of those aha moments for me as a business owner and a leader.
I'm sorry, before
yes.
What GWC, what was the C? Capable.
Get it?
Want
Want it, and capacity. Yeah,
okay.
you have to be capable of it.
Okay.
Okay, and you have to have all 3.
Okay.
Now, unlike core values where you can have somebody's a plus minus, yeah, some days yes, some days no. GWC has to be 3 yeses. There cannot be a no. If there's a no, that is a deal breaker. Make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Questions? Okay. So that takes care of people. Data. If you turn to page 10, we help companies run their companies on hardcore data so that they can predict what's going to happen in the short term and eventually in the long term. Most companies do what I said earlier. They just kind of wing it. Yeah, things look good. Yeah, we're okay. We're okay. I have a client who, when I said, well, how do you know if you're making any progress? He said, oh, yeah, I think he thought he had the best answer. He goes, I look at my financials. When do you do that? Well, at the end of the month. Uh-huh. And what's your ability to make changes if you're looking at things 30 days after they happened? He kind of sat there and he went, oh yeah, good point. So we help everybody develop a scorecard. We have you define the 5 to 15 activity-based numbers that will get you what you want from your company. So if you want to, so for my company, let me use myself as an example. I know how many clients I want to acquire every month, and I know what I have to do to make that happen. So my scorecard is things like, how many warm leads did I develop? How many 90-minute meetings did I do? How many connector meetings did I have? And so you put them down, the measurables down in that left-hand column, and out in the far left-hand column, you put the who. Who's responsible for it? So if the number isn't met, the measurable isn't met, you know whose eyes to look into, that we didn't get the sales calls done, or we didn't get the proposals done, or whatever that number is that's going to work for your company. And then you track it. You have to come up with a goal. So if it's sales calls, maybe it's 10 sales calls a week that you're looking to see happen in your company. You then track it for 13 weeks. 13 weeks coincides with 90 days. Okay, so it's that 90-day world. And across 13 weeks, you can see how your activity is. You're going to look at those numbers once a week. And so if you were supposed to have 10 sales calls last week and you only had 8, now you get to stand here 1 week after the week is over, or 1 day after the week is over, and go, why didn't we hit 10? What do we have to change? Where's there an issue? What? So you can make tweaks and you can make changes, so next week you hit 10, maybe you hit 11 for a couple of weeks, so that across 13 weeks you've averaged 10 a week. Make sense? These are high-level numbers. These are things that that absolutely will drive your company. And it is worth the time that it takes to sit down and think about your data points. Your scorecard is not something you will figure out in an afternoon. We find our clients need 1 to 3 months before it's a scorecard they love. I always say to my clients, think about being on a desert island, and God forbid, there's no cell phone service, there's no Wi-Fi, you cannot contact anybody at your company. But once a week, a bottle washes up on shore, and there's a piece of paper in it. What are the 5 to 15 numbers that you need to know are on for the week? Because then you can stay on your desert island and you don't have to start swimming for shore. Because if the numbers are off, you better start swimming because there's an issue in your company and you have to go fix it. If you look at page 11, those are some of the scorecard measurables that our clients use. You certainly may have different ones. I have a client now that's a credit card processing company, and they have so much data that they came up with 32 measurables. And I went, whoa, okay, remember, less is more. And so we've been honing that down for about 2 months now, and they're getting there, but it's kind of fun. So scorecard is the first tool under data. And the second tool is measurable. I think I spelled it wrong. You won't tell anybody. We want you to get to the point where everybody in your company has at least one number. These big scorecard numbers, they're for the leadership team. This is the high-level stuff. But everyone in your company at least one number, maybe 2, maybe 3, depending on what they do, that they're responsible for every single week. It is the expectation for that seat, and it is the absolute height of accountability if your people have a number. My receptionist at my last company knew that she had to answer the phone within 3 rings. That was the expectation. And she thrived on it. I mean, she would come tell me, I answered it in 4 rings yesterday, I'm really, really sorry. And here's what I was doing, and this is why, and this is what I'm going to do to fix it. How cool is that? Issues. Issues is one of my favorite part of talking to any company. The first thing that we talked about before is the fact that you need an issues list, and you've got one on your BTO. And you want to get to the point where everyone in your company has a list someplace, okay? And they're comfortable putting down the issues, just naming them. What we find is most companies spend a lot of time discussing issues. We've seen clients spend 2 hours talking about an issue, and they felt productive and they were exhausted at the end of 2 hours. Didn't fix a darn thing. So we came up with what we call the issue solving track. It's called IDS. The first thing we do is we identify the root cause of the issue, because generally an issue is a symptom. It's not the real thing going on in your company. Then we discuss it, and then we move to solve it. So let's make believe you're all a leadership team, you've got an issue, and you've got an issues list. So maybe you've got 15 things on your issues list. We have you prioritize the top 3. You don't just start at the top and work down, because maybe a really important one is way down at the bottom. And so we have you come up with the top 3. And you start with issue number 1, the most critical issue for your company right now. And you discuss it. You identify the root cause. And then you talk about everything that you have to say about that issue. But you all say it just once. So you can't say the same thing 4 times. Sorry.
I'm very bad at that.
Okay. Yeah, I have a client that not only says it 4 times, he gets on a soapbox. And one day I said to him, so you've been circling the airport for about 45 minutes now. Any chance you're going to land this plane at any point in time? Everybody cracked up, and he went, oh, I'm on my soapbox, huh? Yes, indeed you do. And he has a lot of them. Now, you made your point, and Kat might go, yep, I totally agree with what he just said. That is exactly an issue that we've got, or a facet of this issue that we have to talk about. So once you've said everything there is to say about that issue, what the cause might be, who's contributing to it, who made it get better, how often it occurs, whatever you need to say about that issue, then and only then can you move to solve. And 99.9% of the time, the solution has to do with your core values or your core focus. Almost all the time, it falls back into one of those things. We got off track. We didn't stay focused on our core focus. Or we totally messed up our core values. We said this is who we are. We're not practicing that. There's always something that ties back to core value or core focus. So once you move to solve it, now you can make that problem go away forever. And companies that achieve their vision just get great at solving their issues. Okay? So the first thing you need is an issues list, and the second thing you need is IDS. You need to identify the root cause, discuss what is going on with that issue, and then move to solve it and make it go away. Not that we ever did this in my company, but I've heard that there are companies that have issues that are hiding under the desk, and you kind of walk back to the desk, oh, please don't rear your ugly head. I had a client who has a manufacturing plant. They're a first-tier manufacturer to Honda. And he said, yeah, we spend, and so they're making some kind of parts, and it's a clean environment. It doesn't have to be sterile, but it has to be really, really clean, so they don't let anybody eat or drink at their workstation. Makes sense, right? So the big issue they talk about every fall, and I thought, oh dear God, life is too short. If somebody has a cold, can we let them have cough drops at their workstation? Seriously? Because, yeah, we've been talking about that for 8 years. Well, let's fix it. So we fixed it. Made that issue go away forever. It's like, wow. So the next piece is the process piece. And as I said earlier, you're going to document them. Most companies, and if you look at page 13, most people have 6 or 8 core processes. These are 20% of what gives you 80% of your results, okay? And we're not talking about a 500-page manual. We're talking about a bulleted list. If you're going to hire somebody, part of your people process, how do you hire? You put an ad in the paper, you put an ad online, just basic things of how you're going to do this. It takes a long time to document all these. And quite frankly, entrepreneurs hate documenting core processes. But what's cool about core processes is once you get these documented, you can then scale to any size you want to be. Because now it's time to hire 10 people. Guess what? You pull out that people core process and you go, alrighty, first, let's get this done. You're going to do number 1, you're going to do number 2 on our list, and you make it happen. The second piece of core processes is what we call FBA, or followed by all. You get everybody in your company following your core processes. It creates consistency, it makes life a whole lot easier, and a lot more fun, and eventually more profitable, because everybody's doing it the same way. So when your customer service rep A is talking to a customer for service rep person B who's on vacation, you know as the business owner that person is going to take care of the customer exactly the same way. The customer sees everything is seamless and it's transparent, and life is a whole lot better. Make sense? Okay. And now we get down to traction. And there are 2 parts to traction. The first part we've already talked about, and that is ROCKS. That's that 90-day world. 3 to 7, hopefully closer to 3 than 7 priorities that absolutely must happen in the next 90 days. And the second part is what we call a level 10 meeting. Most companies have meetings that everybody hates. It's a fact of life. And you go, ugh. And you have the meeting before the meeting to talk about the meeting. And then you have the meeting after the meeting to talk about the meeting. And then there's what happens around the water cooler, okay? So a level 10 meeting makes all of that go away. Level 10 starts with the leadership team, and it is a set agenda that is on page 14 in your handout. It is always the same day and at the exact same time. It never changes. You don't cancel it. Now, if it's a holiday, you know, I never made people come to work on Christmas, but, just for a meeting. But you don't change it. If somebody's on vacation, well, okay, you go ahead and you still have your meeting. So it starts on time and ends on time, and we subscribe to the Vince Lombardi approach, which is if you're on time, you're late. If you're early, you're on time. So if your meeting is going to be from 9 a.m. till 10:30 a.m., that means at 5 of 9, everybody is in their seat, just chatting. They've got their beverage of choice that's legal, and they're ready to go when that clock strikes 9. And so whoever your facilitator is for your meeting, you're going to start at 9 o'clock, and the first thing you're going to do is what we call the segue. You're going to go around the room with the leadership team, and everybody's going to give one best professional thing from last week and their one best personal thing from last week. The psychology behind that is it helps move you from working in your business to working on your business, which is what this is all about. The personal thing just helps you get to know each other. That's all. And if your personal thing is, oh, my son kicked the winning goal in his soccer match Saturday, that's all you say. We do not go into a 45-minute diatribe of how that game went. It's just an announcement, okay? So if you got 5 people on your leadership team, you've gotten through that in 5 minutes. Next thing you're going to do is bring a little bit of accountability to the table. And so you're going to talk about your scorecard and just going to go down the numbers. Sales calls 10, on or off, and that's all you say. It's on or it's off. There's no discussion about it. If the number is off, you're going to drop it down to the IDS portion because it's an issue, and you might want to talk about it today. Next thing you're going to do is go through the rock sheet. You're going to read rock number 1, and you go, Dwayne, rock 1, da-da-da-da-da, on or off. And all you're going to say is, I'm on. If you're off, we're going to drop that rock down to the issues list. Now, the key here is there's 13 weeks in a 90-day quarter. If somebody on your team is on the rocks is going on, off, you better be looking in their eyes and going, whoa, what happened? Short of, the building fell down and we had to worry about that. They shouldn't be on for 11 weeks and suddenly week 12 go, whoa, I'm off. There was some problem in those first 11 weeks, okay? So, but if they're off on a rock, that goes down to the issues list also. And then you're going to look at last week's to-do list. You're going to look at customer employee headlines. Is there anything we got to know as a leadership team? Anything big about a customer or an employee? Again, big stuff. Emily in accounting, her husband got transferred to Chicago. We can't convince her to commute. They're moving. She'll be gone in a year. That kind of stuff. Maybe there's an issue in that. Well, she's going to be gone in 2 weeks. Got to find a new accounting person. So maybe you have to talk about that. Maybe not. Same thing with customers. Big headlines that everybody just needs to know about. We got that big account last week. Yahoo! We're done. Then you go to the to-do list. From last week's meeting, you'll have some to-dos. These are things that you're going to get done in the 7 days. Okay. And again, you just go down the list. Kat, did you get that done? Yep. And you want to move 80% of your to-dos to what we call to-done. Something might have happened, and maybe I didn't get one of my to-dos done for whatever reason. I don't need to talk about that. But each week, 80% of those to-dos ought to come off the list. That's your first half hour. Now we have an hour, 45 minutes, to IDS issues. To go back and prioritize what's on our list, identify the root cause, discuss them, solve them, make them go away. And out of that solution will generally come a to-do for next week. And then we conclude. Concluding is really quick and easy. You just go back through the to-do list, make sure you captured everything, make sure we all know what it is we're going to, if I have a to-do this week, that I got it. I know what it is. You're going to then see if there's any cascading messages. Is there anything we need to tell everybody in the company? And if there is, who's going to do it and what's the message? And then last, but probably one of the most important parts of this meeting, you're going to rate the meeting on a scale of 1 to 10. The reason we recommend you rate the meeting is it helps you self-correct. And if somebody wants to give it less than an 8, they have to say why. They don't just get to go 5 and run. They have to explain why did they give it a 5.
So each person?
Each person rates the meeting.
Rates the meeting.
Yep.
Okay.
Every person. This is not a consensus.
Mm-hmm.
EOS is not management by consensus.
Right.
And so everybody in the leadership rates the meeting. And again, if it's less than an 8, you have to be brave and stand up and be open and honest about why it's an 8. And then you end on time. And the cool thing about ending on time is your sales, again, I have a client whose sales staff goes, oh, thank you, because they never met whatever, I forgot what time their meetings were before I showed up, we'll say 8 to 10. They never scheduled appointments until the afternoon, because invariably, even though they were going to be done at 10 o'clock, it'd be 12:15 and they were still yammering about something. And so the sales guy was like, I can't rely on the fact that we'll be done. And so they love level 10 because now it's a set time. And so if they meet from 8:30 to 10 o'clock now. And so if he's got a client that's close by their facility, he can go have a meeting at 10:30 in the morning and know he's going to be on time, because at 10 o'clock they're done and the world is over. That's a whole lot of information, and I get that. I'll be happy to answer any questions. If you're interested in any of the documents, any of the tools, and if you turn to page 15, those are the 5 foundational tools that we reviewed today.
I have a quick question. Why is it called level 10?
Well,
it's more than 10 minutes. So.
It's called a level 10 because the goal is to get you to everybody be going, this was a 10.
Oh, a 10, gotcha.
Yeah, to rate it as a 10.
Has to do with the feedback.
Yeah, has to do with feedback. That's why we call it level 10.
Awesome.
Yeah. And then we abbreviate it to make it more confusing to L10, just to make sure you're totally confused. It's part of the plan.
And I assume it's the facilitator that decides whether it moves down to the to-do list.
No, anybody can go.
Anyone.
Let's say you're the person that's facilitating. The facilitator is just keeping the meeting moving.
Okay.
Okay. And looking at me going, because we teach people for tangent alerts. So my guy that gets on the soapbox, his staff is always going, tangent alert. They say that a lot to get him off the soapbox.
Okay.
Because we've gotten off track, let's pull everybody back. Okay. Anybody can yell that out. But the facilitator really just keeps things moving. Okay. Okay. And anybody can go, whoa, that's an issue. And it should just happen. If somebody goes off for a number or a rock, there's always a note taker. They should just go, okay, putting that on the issues list, and that should just automatically happen. Okay.
Got it. Thank you.
You're very welcome. If you would like to have any of the foundational tools as a usable document, my email address is on my business card. Send me an email, and I will email them out to you. And if you don't do anything else, I really, really hope you'll use the Vision Traction Organizer, because I'm a one-person company, and I have a VTO, and I change it every quarter in terms of the traction side. And I'm held accountable by 92 of my brethren around the world on a quarterly basis. But nonetheless, it is a really powerful tool that really keeps you focused, and it sits on my desk. It's right there, and I can look at it every day and go, man, you really screwed this up, Shawan. Get it together. Come on. You teach the stuff. You ought to practice it. So, any other questions? You've been great. Thank you so much for letting me come. If you have more questions, I'll be happy to answer them. If not,
do you want these back?
I would like it. It'd be nice.
Yep.
If I don't, it's it's all good. Thank you.
Any other questions? Well, thank you, Connie.
You're very welcome. My pleasure.
Really appreciate it.
Thanks for coming.
Thank you.
Chad, that's it for the scheduled speakers for today.
One more at 12:15 with IT.
Right here.
There you are. Okay.
Okay. Jason's coming too, yeah.
Oh,
two of us
okay.
at one
That's
time,
it.
we sort of
Okay.
tag team.
Yeah, I thought Jason was going to be here.
Yep.
Okay, good. I'm Dwayne Hammer.
Mary Beth Malik.
Nice to meet you. Is lunch here yet?
Didn't hear.
Okay.
Oh, don't worry about it. I'll clean up.
You sure? I'm not
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Chemicals at this point.
No, with those, I think we did.
I screwed something up. sorry.
You used this, didn't you?
I
With the
did.
spray. Yeah. Not supposed to use that with the spray.
Oh, okay.
That's the difference.
That's why I'm not the integrator.
Cleans up easy.
Okay, sorry.
That's a nice warm coat there, right?
It is. Called my roadkill coat.
Yes, a roadkill coat.
Coyote.
That's a few hits right there.
Yeah.
That's a few coyotes. Well, I found out if you go to eBay, nobody wants these things anymore.
I know.
You can
You
buy
don't
it
see- you don't
very,
see
you
them very
can buy it for
often, yeah.
$99.
Really?
You know, something that's sold for thousands of dollars is just cheap and warm.
Wow.
Yeah. Try, vinegar.
What kind of critter is this?
That's a coyote. A couple of them.
A couple? You're awesome. Pink coyotes, making many coats.
Well, that's what I thought. I'll tell you, on eBay it's great. I got a beaver coat and I got a raccoon coat. The raccoon coat was $99. It's full length. It's gorgeous. And it's warm, you know, thing. And then I don't worry, you know, you spend $99, that's a lot of money for a coat, but you don't worry about the dog jumping on it or,
Right,
as opposed to if you got a
right.
brand new for $5,000, which I don't know who can afford that, but.
Lunch is here, I think.
Endangered species either, you're.
No, I'm doing what people usually shoot in the backyard.
Right.
And I would hope that they're done
Yeah.
humanely, but it's been a long time since, I think that's
I usually have one or two litters a year of Pomeranians, and one of my favorite dogs was killed by a coyote in my backyard. Yeah.
You live around here?
Yeah, yeah.
I'm in Delaware.
It's just getting, coyotes are getting worse.
Yeah, our best is like 3 clients and dogs.
No, it's been a little creepy, got to live on a farm, so I go out in the evening and
Yeah,
see the horses
yeah.
and do night check and stuff, and it's just, they're getting braver,
Red eyes.
and I hear them, and
Yeah,
I
we
freak
hear
out.
We do hear them like mostly on, full moon. In the summer.
Oh, that makes it even better, yeah.
Yeah, it's like full moon. I remember one night they were so loud, we were sitting out on the front porch, you know, I live on 20 acres and everybody else has, you know, 20 acres, and I hear them, I'm like, holy crap, I start calling people, I said, put your dogs in, put your dogs in. Cause they were just, there were lots
Oh,
of
no,
them,
thank
they
you.
were
You
loud.
leaving now?
They'll go right, they'll go
All
right
right.
to pastures with the horses.
Will they really?
Oh yeah, they jump the fence into my backyard with the dogs.
So you've really
Yeah, I
progressed
think
here. I
so.
remember when you first did this,
Domesticated
you had just
and somebody dragged
kind of a
it.
paper clip handout. Now you've
Yes.
got a really nice booklet
Yep.
now. That's very sharp.
So I heard putting a llama in helps, but.
That's what I got the donkey for.
Oh, does it?
The donkey is supposed to be, they'll go after, they don't like dogs, so I was like, okay, well, great, are they gonna
Okay.
donkey
Yeah.
so, but this donkey's great, donkey, I was real careful, cause he had to pin his ears and kind of one of my dogs, once he realizes that the dogs are like part of the farm,
Yeah.
he's very protective.
Really?
So he doesn't bother the dogs anymore, and, you know, he definitely starts he-hawing when there's a coyote around.
Scare them off?
I don't know if it's the he-haw that scares him off, but I guess if it comes in, he'll go after where the horse is. When the coyote was in the paddock with the horses just froze.
Really?
And the coyote just went after the dogs, like right in front of me. I had to be running across the yard, and this coyote didn't back down.
Pomeranians are
Looking
about
at
this big?
Yeah, they're
They're
teeny.
small.
And, you know, I have like, you know, big horse fence, and then I have like the mesh fence that only goes up like the second floor.
Got it, okay.
So he had to jump.
Yeah.
He's doing great. Probably wouldn't jump the whole fence. He was scoping out, he was looking around the ground, he was looking up at the top of the fence, and down at the ground, looking at his dog, and looking at me. And I mean, I just couldn't. And I went screaming and waving my arms and legs, and he just stared me down.
For the next round
So then my
here,
heart
that's-
started beating, I thought, oh my
spooky.
God, this thing's gonna come over the fence at me. And finally, he just turned around and trotted away. The horses never moved, the dogs were barking like nuts. Everybody was coming over, I'm like,
Let me have 'em, let me have 'em.
Oh, yeah, you know? So,
God.
no, it's awful. And then my vet called me, you know, a few weeks after I lost my dog, and she goes, well, there's a dead coyote on the freeway right across from your farm.
Yeah, so this year I was skiing, I took
And
my
then
kids
just,
off.
about a month ago, I was coming home.
You be careful.
I was like, I know, right? There's a dead coyote.
Yeah, I know.
Someday I'll ask my driveway. Like, man, they're just everywhere. It's kind of freaking me out.
They say they're in all 50 states.
Well, they said the ones on the east are bigger
I've heard that,
than the
because
western
they
ones.
come from Canada.
Well, they're breeding with the
Canadian wool.
Yeah.
So it's kind of
Yeah,
hybrid.
absolutely.
So they're bigger and they look like German shepherds.
So that's what I thought.
I mean, that's why, I mean,
That's, yeah, this is more like,
To do these things.
when they said this was a coyote, I was sort of surprised. Because coyotes I usually see are sort of gritty.
We all, know that
But-
that's their meeting.
Well, we don't see them all cleaned up
Yeah, you
and,
don't
you know,
see
I
them
mean,
in the
they're
middle
gonna,
of winter
they're
when
gonna
there's
take
no
their
warm
cuts.
house. Yeah.
And,
Like that.
yeah, they're finding,
We probably.
I mean, that is really pretty.
Yeah, this one is.
Wow.
So I don't really mind, because everybody's against coyotes right now.
Oh my gosh,
Anytime I
yeah.
bring the information like this to you, like.
There was an
That
article,
was the
there was a
big
story
thing.
on Sunday morning on the news.
To get that structure.
It was
to get
interesting
that
because everybody's so
And I was
anti-real
a big
fur
proponent
because of
of-
PETA and all that,
That's
and
right.
that's fine.
Never
That
done
the designers and the stores are putting out fake fur. They're trying to make it look like real fur,
And
so
that
to get
is
people to buy it, and they found out
that
even
is-
Marcus
that's
got
what
caught,
they- that's
and
what
Michael
they
Kors
got.
got caught. They're selling
Run this
fake
meeting.
fur coats that are real fur,
Everybody
real
get
fur.
back to work,
They're
you
either
know?
rabbit or coyote
I
or
just like
something
these
called a
most
raccoon
because
dog,
it's time when I
which isn't a
thought,
dog,
you
it's
know,
a
I
sort of
would do
raccoon
something
thing.
productive or
Interesting.
There's great
Yeah.
pizza and mac and cheese.
Oh, cool.
Mac and cheese
Okay.
in there, and salad, and breadsticks.
Yeah,
But it's not me, it's not my
Yeah,
comfort.
it's comfort
Yeah,
food.
I really just
Oh,
gotta.
yeah, I think it's okay coming in, but I think getting out of here might be really hard.
Seriously, this is, it's very challenging.
Oh, really?
Organization has become important. I'm glad we're small right at this point. I don't even know how we get a lot of people. Between that, and I got to drive, kids, it's rewarding.
And I know you enjoy it.
I do, I have a lot of passion.
Like you say, it's our focus of being workers and that we have to determine, what's important and what's not. And that's why I liked your point about keeping it small. Write down 3 or 5 things and go with that. Don't overwhelm yourself.
I like the emphasis on bullet points.
Yeah, exactly.
And I'm the worst at that. I'm the one that, will draw 8 paragraphs instead of 8 bullet points. And it's been a change in philosophy to get away from that, but it's so much more fun.
Yeah.
And efficiency is it too. And I don't know where else I can.
Yes, please do.
Be more efficient. I'm sure there's plenty of places
Yeah.
how to be more efficient with time, and I guess it's going to come down to scheduling. But with the retail store, from 10 to 6, whatever's right there in front of your face, you about don't have any choice but to deal with it right then and there, and that's that's the challenging part to structure everything. But there's a solution, and that's to delegate and be more dependent on the staff with what they can do, with what they're comfortable doing. And Stormy's coming along. She really lacks the technical experience right now, but she's great with people.
Yeah.
And Tyler can, I don't know whether he does the tech work. I try my best to stay out of that right now.
Right.
I've been doing a lot of service lately just to get more familiar with what we're doing and knowledgeable and get that experience. But even that, I shouldn't be doing because the guy that we've hired to do that is much more efficient and faster than I am. But I have to know it at
But
the
you
same time.
acknowledge that and you know that. So that's why that people service is so important.
Yeah. It's good.
Working with people through it and delegating. Even delegate is essential because that gives you time to do what you need.
I still have the advantage of having preset materials. Like, hey, this is what we're doing and this is how to sell it. I'm just developing it from the ground up, and that's probably the biggest challenge because I just don't have the experience at this point. I'm getting it, but it's like pulling teeth at times, a lot of times. There's no marketing materials or anything in place. Really, it's my responsibility.
We bike through here all the time, there's a really nice park.
Yeah. But you see, it's something you can work on. You can
Yeah.
work on it. You can do it.
Yeah, and with this stuff, I don't have to do it myself. I can get really involved and get what I'm thinking and feeling out there.
So you speaking next?
I am.
And may I ask, I know I've seen you before, but I'm forgetting your name, so.
My name is Mary Beth Mellick. It was Devers.
Okay.
But I'm active with the Delaware Chamber.
Okay.
Which is how I know Jason Comstock, who's
Right,
speaking
but
with
the
me.
other side is we have to have.
And we're gonna talk about electronic data.
Oh, okay.
Sort of how to manage it, why to manage it.
I mean, for cash flow.
I love what, I'm totally,
What you're doing. But to have
electronic
that,
in my office.
it's sad.
And it's really cool because, someone broke into my office.
Mhm.
And it was really, I have like this many files that are not electronic. And that's all I had. And I hadn't been locking that drawer, and I was like, okay, I need to either scan or, so I went back to that. Fortunately, they weren't interested in anything like that, but it really honed into me though. So I like to tell people all the time, we're totally electronic, so if somebody comes in here, they can't take your stuff. Mm-hmm. Yeah, people seem to think that if they give me their credit card or their checking account information, and I have it, and they get a little bit mad at me.
Post it on the front
When you
window.
When I don't, I said, no, I don't keep that.
I get a little uncomfortable, I'm like, I really don't want that.
I say the same thing to people, I don't want your information. So the people that broke into the office, they actually broke into the dentist next door. Were
Did they
probably
find them?
looking-
Yeah, looking for
They were probably
drugs.
looking for
Your
drugs,
office
they
was
said
in
drugs
there?
and money and safes.
Drugs.
But the dentist doesn't keep drugs nor money, but he had a safe, and they broke open, and it was just paper in there. And,
Darn. Off at work.
and they came into my office and had just as equally revelation. And then they went into the car wash down the street.
Wow.
And they had this big glass door and just bashed
Oh,
the heck
sad.
out of it. And walked to buy $800 worth of quarters.
Because
If
they
they're
got-
looking for cash, why wouldn't, I guess they, I don't know, why would you walk away from, cause quarters would be absolutely untraceable.
Oh, they didn't take them.
No, they left them. They
They
never
probably
touched
didn't
them.
realize how much money that was, you know?
It'd be awful hard to carry.
Yeah.
100
Yeah.
quarters is probably about 10 pounds.
Maybe, yeah.
Wow.
You can drag it.
Sort of hard to pay for things, I suppose, with it. Figure they don't have a bank account, is my guess.
Did you say they caught him?
I don't know if they caught them, they never,
Where's your office?
in Powell. So they're saying it's the, the heroin people are down there in
Quick-
Morse Road,
quick cash.
161 in Cleveland, it's a big,
Quick cash.
just north of Easton, it's all just, it's really
I didn't
bad.
realize it was that bad.
Mhm.
It's sad too, because there's a lot of young people. They're getting caught up in it.
I lived in Minerva Park about 6 years ago, we would hear,
Well, 229 is a big conduit
Oh, I didn't
of
know that.
heroin traffic. Yeah.
We do have some Gatorade, if anybody would rather have that.
Oh, this is
She said 229,
Okay.
that's the one that comes out at Ashley,
Mhm.
over at 23.
Ashley to Mount Vernon. Then it's a big drug conduit.
So they're saying that they're coming more north.
Well, they know that, unfortunately what they do know is that a lot of us live up here and work in Columbus. So you leave your house and everything empty. I do. Scares the crap out of me. So, get alarms and,
Boy, concealed carry is pretty popular up there.
yeah, exactly.
How do you know?
Our neighborhood's very safe, even the women.
Thank you.
Hi, guys.
I can't tell you.
I'm sorry, I couldn't help myself on that.
Really can't stop people from breaking into your house or your office. Police
cameras, so they can see who they are.
Kind of a fake one.
all the benefits.
She put one up on a pole.
You're going out of business.
So who knows, it might deter somebody to go next door. That's what the sheriff once said. He says, just make it more inviting to go next door. Go next door.
If you come to our house, we don't look like we have anything.
Awesome.
Well, I can.
Just don't go in the barn.
Well, that was the other thing, they've broken into a couple, places like that, board horses, and they go for the tax.
Yeah, the
Because-
leather and the.
Yeah, well, the saddles, you get $2,000, $3,000 saddles, and nobody locks that up. You know, 'cause your boarders come in and out and ride and don't wanna take it all home.
My parents bought the farm next to us, and that was one of the first things that came in. They had the old riding from the horse-drawn. It was an old farm, so they had all of the leather and everything from the tax.
Yeah.
For when they did the farming by horse. So I can remember the neighbors still farming using horses when I was a kid.
And they weren't Amish.
No, they were not Amish. They never had a bathroom in the house.
Wow.
But they had
Really?
They had electric line.
They closed the
That's what people don't realize is
Oh, okay.
the electrification and running bathrooms is
You got
very,
plenty then.
in the rural countrysides of Ohio,
Yeah.
is something that's only happened in the last 40 years.
4?
40.
Oh, 40. 4?
40.
Well, I said, I'm totally out of whack if it was been 4.
No,
Yeah.
that's something that happened in the 60s before they.
Yeah. Rocky, have you had a chance to meet
And they've also,
folks here?
Not specifically, I mean, Mr. Dwayne, I've met for sure.
Well, he's got a really interesting gig going. You want to share with him what you're doing?
Well, I'll give you the easy part, the big part. We are working with the STEM school down here, and we're having the kids help develop specialized go-karts for the purposes of taking them to Children's Hospital and giving the terminally ill kids a chance at a recreation day once a month throughout this year.
Wow.
So that's the short version, but yeah, we basically develop some specialized equipment. We work with individuals with disabilities, varying disabilities. But this special project was to get the kids involved here in the local community and get them in touch with the kids down at Children's. So we're going to take the vehicles to them for the kids who can't leave the hospital but get cleared to make it to the parking lot. And the vehicles are being engineered specifically to hold any apparatus they might need, IV bags, oxygen tanks, heart monitors, whatever those things are. We're going to incorporate apparatus into the vehicle that allows us to house that stuff for them and go out there and let them enjoy the day.
Cool.
that's awesome.
It's kind of cool.
Are you the teacher?
I can't think of anything cooler actually ever in the history of anything. Can I think of anything cooler than
Yeah.
giving these kids a chance to, to experience that? We
And-
hope to do it on a more regular basis. I call it Project Remission, and long story short, it's, how do you get these kids to fight that, to have the will to fight something like that? And when he doesn't have the energy to get from the wheelchair to the hospital bed, what can he go do that's going to motivate him or her? They can't play sports, they can't climb trees, they can't do anything. What are you going to do? So, what's cooler than riding a go-kart?
Mhm.
What 9-year-old boy doesn't want to ride a go-kart?
Mhm.
So, that's kind of where it all
A whole
started.
bunch of 50-year-olds.
I'm telling you, the oldest I've had on there,
In Columbus.
the oldest I had on there last year was 71 years old, never
Yeah.
driven in her life. And well, I had multiple over 50, but the oldest was 71. Individuals with developmental delays that are adults now, but have never had the opportunity to drive anything in their life. And what I do is I take these special carts or buggies or side-by-sides, all this off-road equipment,
Mhm.
and I set it up just like a driver's ed car. It has a throttle control and a passenger side brake, so they can push that pedal as hard as they want. We're going to go 7 miles per hour. But to them, they think they're flying. And then we have our passenger side brake over there, and we do a lot of stuff with the equipment, but
That is great.
unique.
There's Creative Foundations right here. Have you
I'm
connected
familiar with
them?
them. I have not. I'm doing
would
it
be-
very controlled at this point because
I
it's going a lot of different directions, and I'm trying to identify what is, the most profitable direction, but then
Sure.
also what gives the biggest impact, you know, to the people who need it. So that's my real goal.
Mm-hmm.
Take care of them, but feed my kids at the same time.
Sure.
So we had, I did no texting, no driving classes over at One-Handed Schools.
Sure.
And there's a whole group of developmentally disabled kids
Yeah.
that were in wheelchairs and are never gonna drive.
Yeah. Well, we took
They
our
were
car.
the first ones to go and do they were like all excited to do that, even though they knew they would never, or maybe they didn't know, but I'm just thinking, what a thrill to them.
We took a couple of our vehicles, actually have hydraulic lift seats that come up and spin out, so we can take them out of the wheelchair, set them down and drop them down into the cart with integrity, you know, raise them back up the same way. And we take it a lot farther than just recreation. I want to get on my soapbox if I get that, but basically if you think about all the things it takes to drive, spatial awareness, proprioception, multitasking, focus, you know, the list goes on and on and on, all of these processes that have to work in harmony. For us, it's very easy. Our intuition and our muscle memory takes care of driving for us, right? There's nothing to it. But if you're an individual that needs to work on something like that, where am I in relation to the objects around me, or where are my joints in relation to my body, the vehicle becomes this amazing tool that motivates and inspires them to want to participate. And then you can easily measure progress. I mean, the kid either hit 10 cones or they didn't. But we actually took it to a higher level, and we literally incorporated physical therapy into the process. So I have integrated exercise equipment into the vehicle. And for instance, we have a curl bar. So on the passenger side of this vehicle, there's a curl bar. And when they do that curl, it literally operates the throttle of the car. They are the gas pedal. And now we work as a team. This young person, I need to build upper body strength. We can set a tension, a resistance on that bar, and they pull the bar and we go. And we can determine how hard they work by setting the tension and then really the design of the course. I can do things like tension the steering wheel. So make it very easy or very hard to turn the vehicle. If I want them to work very hard, I create a lot of sharp turns throughout the course, you know, constant sweeping turns. I can adjust that tension every week. They got to work a little bit harder. We have various apparatus like that. I have a very big go pedal, I call it. It's just a big gas pedal about this big. The young person puts both feet on it and pushes the gas pedal, and off we go. So just use it in a lot of different ways, and you kind of take the joy of driving and extract every bit of therapeutic value.
And they don't even know they're being.
They don't have any idea. And then the other real big piece that's taken off that probably did more last year than anything else is what I refer to as pre-driver's ed, where we take very high-functioning individuals, but they have a diagnosis. Typically it's Asperger's or autism, but very high-functioning. And we teach them how to drive. We use the equipment, we study street signs, road laws, pavement markings, in a closed course, and we literally teach them everything they need to know about how to drive a vehicle before they have to go into driver's ed for the typically developmental. And it's really, really neat to see, because a lot of these individuals, 1 in 42 boys is diagnosed with autism right now. 60% of those are average or above average intellectual capability. They're as smart as I am and smarter. 60% of those. But we all know they have that little quirk, right? They have a little challenge. They won't necessarily fit in with the social clique that's going to be in typically developmental driver's ed. We arm them with all the experience and knowledge and hands-on that they need before they walk in there with their typically developmental peers. And it's hilarious because the kids I've worked with walk in running circles around these normal kids. Because we teach counter steering, we teach parallel parking, we teach passing, we teach all of this. So certified driver's ed almost becomes a formality.
How many do you have on your staff?
There's 3 right now. It's all family. I piloted the program all year last year, and the response was just amazing to what we have. And so, I went all in, and I'm trying to look at what the best way to grow it is.
Are you looking to branch out to other areas?
Very possible, absolutely. I know that someone was a horsemanship instructor. Okay, so I was
And I also have a really good friend that manages a go-kart racetrack, so you might be able to pick his brain.
Well, I'll tell you, yeah, we have a lot of things going on, but I was a NARA PATH certified instructor for
Okay,
many
and
years.
a really good friend of mine's Nagala.
Okay.
Certified instructor, she just passed her license,
that
so
for
she
the-
works with,
Is it-
Nagala does actually does psychotherapy.
Mhm.
Yeah,
courses,
I have a good friend that still does it down in
Mhm.
Dayton.
It's way cool.
So I loved horses. I do love horses to this day. I train. It's a wonderful program that they do.
Well,
But
yeah, I would love to talk to you,
they're
because I've been
expensive?
trying to figure out, I'm trying to transition my farm right now, actually. You know, I've been trying to go with a sport horse, I've got really expensive, well-bred horses that
Mhm.
compete, but I don't have the big $1 million facility in my backyard. And
Sure.
it's hard for me to compete with the real show barns.
It is, right.
So, I'm like, what can I do, you know, in the summer months, because my business basically shuts down during the winter and I
Yeah.
can barely make my mortgage payment, you know?
Mhm.
And in the summer, things pick up, but it's a frustrating up, down
Right.
cycle. So I'm trying to think, you know, what can I do to downsize, but still
Where's your
feel
farm?
meaningful, and, it is, in between Industrial Parkway and Route 33, right at 42.
Okay.
About 2 miles west of 42, on Beach or Gamble Road.
Oh, wait.
You've seen it all the time when you drive by on Route 33, it's a big.
Katie worked
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
okay.
Work?
My daughter worked for her, yeah.
Oh, that looks familiar, okay.
She works at
Right.
that, she's.
They're
Yeah, I thought you was, but you
They're
had your farm
phenomenal
clothes
in-
Oh,
on.
yeah,
in
yeah, I have my
data,
grindy farm clothes, yeah.
He cleans up well, huh?
analysis or taxation,
Yeah,
because
yeah.
there's no
Oh, yeah, I drive
emotion
by your place all the time.
involved
Okay.
in their thought
Yeah.
processes. You know,
So
they're.
Yeah, I hear you, we got
Small
3
world.
hay barns.
We work the same last on the tax
Getting the
block,
third,
moral
it's got a
land,
big
fresh
silver
fruit,
bar
send
and two
one out
big
to
concrete
everybody.
silos,
Yeah.
huge silos,
Some
like you
critical
can see them, I
things,
should put a
you know,
billboard on it or
is
something.
great.
There are big
Yeah,
silos,
it's
they go,
really-
and there's only like
we
2
working
barns
on
like
it.
that in all of the
In February last
10,000
year, we
house
started
to
giving
be built,
customers computers, and I
hay,
did it out of
barn.
necessity, because we had lost our.
It was all built
VTech
with
at the
tons
time,
of poured
and
concrete.
he at the time was just.
It was all built to
building
be a big
operations,
dairy
so we
operation
weren't
back in the day.
customers,
We
it was
used to
just me
work
and
on
him.
house, but.
So I had a choice.
I guess I thought maybe I guess maybe I thought maybe you were part of the, you said west,
And really, we struggled,
because we go up that way all the time, and I'm.
And about the time that we started
So
saying,
now I'm
you know
gonna
what?
take.
You guys
took
took
west?
the BED next week?
Deal
You
right
said
now,
west
keep
on
them where it's
40,
coming
you
from.
said you go 42
And it
west of
wasn't-
40, Beach, I know where Beecher
Shortly after that,
Beecher
he
Gamble,
started to
yeah,
do this.
so
When
I'm
he
like,
had
if
a
you
problem,
go,
he was
if you're
consulting
going,
the internet and
I'm in
developing
between,
solutions on his own, and
so I'll be on
losing
the
that
west
dependence, and
side
somebody else
of
to figure it out
33,
for him, not
yeah,
to
in
keep
between
him out.
Industrial Parkway.
Yeah, very cool.
If you're on 33, I'm in between Scottslawn and Route 42.
She's trying to rub me in.
Yeah, I'll have to look.
And there's an overpass.
Line somebody
there,
that park
but
there,
they're
because I don't want it to be Jason.
Yeah,
So I am just east of that overpass.
okay,
It's a yellow house, there's a big cornfield in between the freeway and my house.
okay. I'll have to just take a
That's me.
double,
Yeah.
double take on.
So yeah, we'll get together.
Yeah, it's very cool. I did horsemanship for years. I mean,
So do you ride?
Oh, yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, I like to ride.
I like that look on his face.
That's how I got into it. I started out riding. I just needed to take a break, you know,
Mhm.
from corporate America. So, you know, riding horses sounds fun. This is 20 years ago. I'm a speed freak, you know, I need to go fast. Once I got married, the race car budget went. I don't know where it went, but it wasn't in the race car bucket anymore. And went a couple years not doing anything, but, you know, being the married guy I'm supposed to be, and finally said, man, I got to go do something that's proper and legal. So I thought I'd go ride horses.
Why do you look at me?
And
like
he's fully,
that?
and he's fully insured, Pat.
I am
I don't know if it was a
He
proper way
doesn't-
or the legal way.
Yeah, the proper and legal, you don't know me very well.
Okay.
She just insures you for the stuff that isn't.
Obviously, he does.
That's the glasses that makes me
Did
look
you
proper
see Jim
and
Hayes
legal.
was scheduled to come over here today for your presentation? Yeah, there he is.
But I did horsemanship,
Now
working with
now.
individuals with disabilities, and it's wonderful. But,
Metro Data Center.
you know, I don't have to tell you about horses, but number one, they're unpredictable. Number two, they're very expensive. You pay for them all day, every day, and you use them about 10% of the time. And even more so, really, what created this whole monster I've created is, you know, even with the entire support network you have around therapeutic horseback riding, man, you have leaders, and you have tandem riders, and you have sidewalkers, and you have spotters, and you have all these people. There's still those individuals that could not participate because of seizures or bone spurs or what we call contraindication. There was some reason you're not allowed to put them up on the road. And it sort of breaks my heart. You know, here's the ones that this is probably a last resort. This is the only thing they can do because, you know, there's nothing else out there. And even that, we had to turn them away. And I was tired of turning people
But
away.
there's
No, I saw,
program, I mean, there's,
and I saw the presenter.
there's a lot of therapy for just like being around the horse. You gotta come up with
Absolutely.
therapy horse. Just
I'm gonna
let,
learn
you know,
today.
it doesn't even have
That's
to
my
be,
We're learning all
it might just be a kid that is,
Oh, yeah.
you know, socially isolated or something, you know, and they'll start talking to you about, you know, they'll just spend some time alone with a horse.
We
and
actually
then
just
they'll
picked
come
up
and
an
they'll tell you,
intern,
oh,
but,
well, the
because I came across the
horse is
resume
lonely
yesterday, that
because
looks
he's
interesting.
the
I don't
only
have a
horse
need
in the ring,
for the summer, but,
and he
if
feels
you did.
different and
Are you?
left out.
Yeah,
You're like, wow, you
Because
know?
their horses are unassuming. They do not care whether you're big or tall or black or white or rich or poor, or they don't care about anything except two things. One, do they feel safe around you? Number one. And number two, are you a good partner? Do we respect
Right,
each
you
other?
are. Yeah, and they'll let you know that
didn't even know who it was.
that kids are so willing to transfer their emotions to these animals that, you know, you just have to have, you know, so my friend is now licensed to actually be able to
Right.
analyze, you know, the feedback that she gets from the kids. It's way cool.
So how do I know Jason?
Yeah, so all I did and all of that, because I've worked with the Gala and Nara and Path and all of those, is, you know, basically I just took the horse out of the equation and put in a special equipment.
So how do you take a program like that though? It seems like there's a lot of people start these Gala and NARA programs and then you still have is it all donations? I mean, you still have.
Yeah, it's a labor of love. I mean, not to shoot anybody's dreams down, but
Yeah,
I've been playing with it for 15 years, and
I mean, they're always nonprofits, and I get that, because you're never gonna make
But
money at it,
you're
but at the
not
same
gonna
time,
make-
it's like, okay, well, I'm gonna have to make a lot more money before I start doing this for the love of doing it.
Right.
My kids did their Girl Scout Gold Award by making the sticky stuff to put on the saddles so they could do therapy, like matching blocks and squares and. So they'd be riding horses and doing this,
You know, so when you think of all of those activities, because it's not just riding the horse and the physical act of, you know, riding the horse, it's all the activities that you use the horse with. You know, we play, you know, various different games and exercises and activities. There's all of these tangential things aside from the horse that you do that really makes a lesson or a therapy session, if you want to call it that. All I did was take the horse out of the equation because it's expensive and unpredictable and dangerous. And I put a cart in there that I can absolutely control.
Yeah.
Horses have a mind of their own. Horses don't like other horses next to them and things like that. I don't have to deal with any of those dynamics. I don't have to worry if that horse is going to bolt or buck or bite or anything else.
Well, that's just like I said, I was in that one class with these kids, you know, this one kid was in a wheelchair and he was this tall. I mean, he was a little guy, never gonna get any.
Hey, how's it going?
Sure.
And those kids were talking about no texting and no driving,
Guys,
and
here
so
for
the
the,
look on their faces
our
like,
IT session
well,
coming up?
that's not gonna happen to me.
Actually, I was
I don't have to, and so they
See
just
this
felt.
guy? Okay.
Right.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
exactly.
the art of
How are you?
driving is
Good,
something.
yourself?
Doing well, thanks.
Guy used to work
Yeah,
for
somehow we never connected.
Oh, yeah.
Crazy.
And we were up in issues with
Somehow we-
clients last night.
Okay.
So, right. I mean, I've had some fantastic horses. I've had some not so great.
And then
Right.
they canceled school this morning.
Well, that's
So I think I was home.
Oh, it's ridiculous. If you're truly going to maintain the way they're supposed to be.
Yeah, I stayed,
It's thousands of dollars per month.
I did my exercising, and I've been doing my blogging, or not blogging, but posting positive affirmations, and I've sent on some text to people. This summer got one.
She did. She goes, do you know anything else? I'm like, I have no idea.
When,
She appreciated it.
she had no idea.
You know, the biggest thing with Tyler was,
More time than
we
that.
didn't give him a
And I've been
bench
having a hard time doing
for,
positive affirmations.
whatever you wanna call it. We didn't give
It's
him
the hardest
an
part.
inch, and he came to us, we worked that.
Okay.
And at the time, you know, when he came there about 18 years old, he had been given that bench, so to speak, a lot of places, so he hadn't developed that accountability that everyone else had.
Right. What age?
He's 23 now.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. I came there at 18.
He did 6 things you do, 6 things you could do. Get up an hour.
Yeah, I mean, that's why they call it spectrum ASD is autism spectrum disorder. So there's a pain there on the spectrum, from those that you can barely tell there's an issue at all to those that can't function in society.
That's great. I tried to get my everything. It only works if you don't have to stay up late working on issues. So if you're staying up late catching up and getting an hour early, just Rob Peter to baseball, and that doesn't quite work.
Well, I'm getting to the end of school season, it's been the longest school season we've ever had. We're all just
Yeah, the girls have been having a blast. We had all kinds of fun in the snow last weekend.
I saw your pictures.
We're catching a little bit of heat for the snow games. There's a story behind it.
I knew exactly what it was all about because you guys like the Halloween stuff, and I got it.
Well, it's worse than that. So for Halloween, we went up to the trunk or treatment fountain, and we filled our water bottle full of water.
Yeah, I just sent them to you.
Right.
Well, we wanted to have them. So we've been sitting at the bar, and we finished the swim game, and I looked at it, and I was like, hey, we can make a noise. And she goes, we gotta clean that water bottle.
Are you in?
Get rid of it. It's okay. So we went out there and doused it up, and she's like,
And
oh, that looks bad.
you're gonna have to ask Eric about the DVR.
I thought it was
know
gonna
about
be,
that
yeah,
one.
I know you guys, that's why I
We have.
knew.
Okay, I'll talk to you in a bit. Bye.
Okay.
Oh, he starts.
All working well this morning?
It's been a long night, a long morning. I'm here, and running extremely tight on time with the 1:15. So
I feel your pain.
Yeah,
Yep.
you know how that goes, right?
We did a migration this weekend.
Yeah. Yeah, you know what it's about. So I've got a 2:30 downtown Columbus.
Ooh.
Yeah, big presentation. So I got to stop by and pick up Rob. So at 1:15, I gotta be out here at 1:15. So whether you're done or not, I gotta run, man.
Okay. Well,
I'll
Mary
say what
Beth's
goodbye.
first, I'm second.
I'll talk
so.
fast.
It's all good.
So Denise, we picked up a filly.
Oh, yeah?
She's a crank.
She's a crank?
Yes, she's a temperamental toddler. And
How old is she? Is she young?
she's about 8, 9 months now.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
so she's a baby.
She's a baby, and so she's, the other horses you can walk right up to them, you don't have to be concerned that they're going to do something. She still gets a little territorial, you touch her and she'll nip at you a little bit, so we're working on that. She rears up once in a while, so we're trying to reel
You
her
guys
in.
feel confident to work with her?
Katie does.
Katie does?
Yeah,
Okay.
I wouldn't.
Let
but-
me know if she, cause you got, I mean, babies can hurt you.
Oh, I know.
More and faster
She got
than-
2 shots on me this summer.
Is she a chestnut?
What?
Is she a chestnut filly?
Yeah, she's a quarter horse little.
Chestnut is red, orange, you know, the chestnut color?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, she's not bay, she's chestnut.
Mm-hmm.
Chestnut mares, red-headed women.
I was waiting for
You
that.
waiting for that? Yep.
We
Yeah.
can roll whenever
Yeah, we can
the
get
boss
started
man
early.
says roll. Yeah, so you guys call it.
I'd say we go ahead and start. I know there's one other person that responded to Meetup that isn't here, but
Okay.
we'll see. But
Is there a
A clicker?
clicker, or do I need to go up there? I go up there?
right chat.
And it has a laser. Ooh.
A laser.
Yeah, so you just won't point it at people. Don't point out what you don't intend to shoot. Jason, would you like to make an introduction of your team member here? Yes. Okay. So for most of you, I know, but you don't know Mary Beth. So Mary Beth Mullock works for
Isaac Wiles, Burkholder, and Keeper.
Thank you. And Mary Beth and I had partnered up a while ago over at the Delaware Chamber. We were asked to do something similar that we're doing here today to talk about the legal side of data protection, and also if you get called on to have to produce all this documentation, what happens. And Mary Beth's going to cover the legal side of that. And then I'm going to talk about some of the technical considerations that people need to be thinking about, not only to protect their data, but then how you produce it when you actually get called on to do that. So I'll let Mary Beth add anything that she wants to, and you lead off, and I'll just step in where I need to.
Sure. I'm an attorney with Isaac Wilds, and I practice all over the state of Ohio. I live in the county of Delaware, and I generally practice in intellectual property, employment, and equine law. Believe it or not, there is such a subject. And absolutely. I always say, I didn't want to go into domestic law because of the disputes, but you have two people selling a horse, it can get uglier than ugly. It goes foul.
I heard a divorce lawyer interviewed who specializes in pets.
I got dog support when I got divorced, so it exists. He had paid dog food for a while. But anyway, one of the things I always get wrapped up in is litigation, because all these things, people sue each other over. And, you get to meet with the client, and you're talking to the client, and you're defending the lawsuit, and one of the things that happens in a lawsuit is discovery, where they want to get all your information that might be pertinent. And now that we've got e-data, you no longer go to the filing cabinet and go look through your manila folders where you know everything is. And so the client sort of sometimes just gives you a blank look. Well, I don't know who has it, I don't know where it is, I don't know how it's stored. And the problem with a lawsuit is sometimes, we don't all think we're going to get sued, but you can be. And when litigation strikes, you can have 30 days to scour all your e-data, to find that stuff, to make a complete and proper response. And if you're not organized, or worse yet, you don't have the information, the cost can be staggering. This cost to search can be staggering. The ramifications in court, which I'll talk about, if you don't have the data, it can be a nightmare. And if you're not organized such that you can easily search this data, you may have to pay the other side's costs to do so, their attorney fees and their time. And, one example, last week I'm representing a client, and it involves a deceased person from Mexico. So plaintiffs had asked for all emails of the client that had search terms, one of them being Mexican. I got 23,950 emails. Over half of those were employees talking about going to get Mexican for lunch. I spent 3 days going through all those emails. It's an atrociously expensive event that could have been prevented if they had a good retention policy and a good email policy that didn't marry your personal lunch emails with your business records. And so that's what I want to talk to today about, what we do in litigation. And I'm not going to talk that long, because I want Jason to tell you how to fix all that and make sure that you're prepared. And if many of you are at the beginning parts of your business, then this is the best time, to get involved with that. So first off, a little bit about a lawsuit. Complaint, then you file an answer, and then you go through what I said, this discovery process. And the discovery is where we find out from the other side and from our own clients what all the facts are. Is this something we can settle? Is this something we can win? Is this something we want to run and hide? And discovery takes several forms. You have what we call written interrogatories, where you're given a list of questions that you're supposed to answer under oath. Request for production of documents, and that's what we're here to talk about today. And it's unlimited. They give you 100 questions. Interrogatories are generally limited to 25 or 40, depending which court you're in, but discovery is anything relevant and anything that is capable of leading to admissible evidence. So it's very, very broad of what they can discover. It can be your emails, it can be meta tag data, it could be all kinds of stuff, it could be formal documents. So it runs the gamut. And then you go through that, and then you go through your motion practice, where you might be able to move for a dismissal of the plaintiff's complaint based on what you find or don't find. Or they can move for what we call summary judgment. We win without a trial, because guess what we found in their emails? We're going to win. And if you don't get rid of it on motion, then it's a trial. So this is the kind of stuff that they're going to be looking for, and that they can, discover. And I said, email is turning out to be, there are days I say we should just ban emails from all our clients. I'm not allowed to use them anymore, because there's so much that they put in email without thinking. If you write a letter, you can go grab it from the secretary by 4:30 because she hasn't put it in the mail yet. And you think, oh, I shouldn't have written that. Emails go out the door. Emails among employees, sexual harassment cases, it's a nightmare. What looked good and funny in your head just doesn't quite look the same on black and white paper, and everybody does it. I actually have some from partners that I think, what were they thinking when they sent me that? because nobody thinks they're offending anybody else, but it happens. And here's what I really want to talk and impress upon you today is what we call spoliation. This is what happens when you get the discovery request for something and you no longer have it. And under state and federal law, you are supposed to, the minute you really have an inkling that there's a lawsuit, start preserving everything that you have. Even if you have a retention policy that deletes automatically, at that point, we call it a litigation hold, everything stops and you have to start saving stuff. Because if you don't have it, then you can get there disastrous consequences in the court system if you don't. And that can be even if you've negligently deleted it. It again depends on your retention policy and your business practices. In Ohio, it sort of takes, under Ohio law, it sort of takes an independent cause of action. You know, I claim spoliation, let's say. And it can result in punitive damages, it can result in attorney fees, or it could be, in the federal sense, it's usually a discovery sanction where if you don't have, let's say the sexual harassment case and you don't have the documents that they're looking for, the court can make an adverse inference that it actually happened. If there's some other evidence out there to indicate that there was this email and it did say this. So, you know, that's why we have to be very careful of it. Again, we talked about Ohio. And Ohio generally takes an intentional act, like I know I'm deleting it for a purpose. Of course, the downside, it's a harder hurdle. The downside is it's a bigger fine when you've acted intentionally. So here, willfully, this is Ohio law, willfully destroyed, altered, concealed the evidence. We don't recognize a cause for negligent spoliation. And this is just, and you have all, did we hand out the?
I did.
Okay, you have all this. I'm going through it real fast, but you have it to read at home. You know, I don't have to read it to you. But basically, it's the same. It's the concept of, you know, I know I might be sued. I am sued, and I really need to keep this. Federal court, again, this can be range from innocence through negligence. So the federal court is a little bit uglier. It's also jailable. It's criminal if you are obstructing justice in the criminal context, or even a civil action by the government. You can be found to be criminally liable under both Ohio and federal law.
For those missing 7 minutes?
Yes. You know, it doesn't apply to the IRS, and it doesn't apply apparently to Hillary, who we just found, you know, didn't keep any public records while she was Secretary of State. There is a safe harbor provision under the federal system that if you have a really good retention policy and the document was deleted, you know, inconsistent with business practices, in good faith, then that might not alleviate everything, but you probably wouldn't get hit with some kind of a punitive fine. So that's why we are here to talk about this.
Are you better off not to have a good, strong, documented process?
No, you're better off to have one.
Okay. That's what I've always heard, but...
Yeah, I guess if you say, but there's some caveats to that. You've got a point. You have to have one that you follow and you enforce. Because if you don't, then it's just BS, meaning baloney snot, to anybody who's looking at it, and it doesn't carry any meat, and it's not going to protect you. But if you do have a good policy, and you enforce it, and you honor it, and by accident, clearly accident, unintentionally, you lose a document, you can fall under that safe harbor. And, you know, the purpose of retention policy, there's lots of reasons. In my world, it's because you want to make sure that you keep everything and lose everything. I say that. Because you can have a retention policy that allows you to automatically delete something every 30 days. Unless you're a public authority, and these things up here in the acronyms. You know, most stuff you don't have to keep, and there's no reason to keep it. And get rid of it as soon as you can if you're not going to need it for posterity or for a regulatory reason. But the other reason to have a good retention policy is because there are some employment and other related government agencies that want you to keep things. If you have employees, you have to keep employment records for the Fair Labor Standards Act. You have to keep affirmative action records for the EEOC and the Civil Rights Commission. You've got safety records for OSHA. You've got tax things. You've got even business contracts that you want to save for the statutory life of, you know, 7 to 10 years. So that's a reason to have a retention policy, as well as not losing data that you might have to retrieve. Another one is business management. I mean, you need to reflect and refer back to documents. It'd be nice to be able to find them. We just converted to, are you familiar with iManage? We're trying to go paperless. We're half paperless, half electronic, so I never know where anything is. I am like the cobblers whose kids have new shoes. What you want to have in your retention program is you want to have a policy that defines what its purpose is and what it is. You want to have the right technical infrastructure, which that's what Jason's here to talk about, and procedures for implementing it. You want to make sure everybody in your company knows what it is, how it works. You want to have a method, again, compliance and enforcing it. And you'd like to have it approved by legal counsel, because those are the people who know at the end of the day what that is supposed to accomplish, and they can make sure that you're grabbing everything you need to do, such as addressing litigation holds, addressing privacy requirements such as HIPAA, again, the regulatory, and intellectual property concerns too. You want to be able to, if you're going to hold all this data, you want this protected data so that not everybody can just hack into it. Maybe not every employee can assail it either. Under Ohio Trade Secrets law, a trade secret is not something that you just keep secret just among your company. Truly, a trade secret is something that you sometimes keep secret from other people in your company. So there may be a reason to partition some company proprietary information from the general employment circle.
That leads into a good question. So we're talking about providing data. If disclosure is requested, so if you request based on a lawsuit for data, we turn over a ton of data. Where does that data go? How does it live? And how do we ensure that if there is trade secrets requested, that they stay trade secrets?
In a perfect world, you trust the other side. No, you can, when we deal with proprietary and trade secret information, or even personal information, somebody's required to give their tax records, which isn't really private because the IRS has it. You get a protective order that's sanctioned by the court, and all people have to maintain the confidentiality and the secrecy of it, or they'll get admonished by the court. That doesn't mean it won't slip out. You hope it won't. That document will require you to have a signature of anybody else that gets to look at it, like if you have an expert witness or another witness that has to look at it. You can get the documents if they have to be produced to the court sealed, so the public can't look at it. And then in the rarest case, you go to trial and now it's on the wall, and the public is always entitled to walk in. And let's say your Coca-Cola, and your formulas on the wall. Can you keep the public out? That's a debate. I've had it done. I've actually been able to shut a courtroom down, but not all judges look at it that way. But generally I haven't ever had a problem where the other side has leaked something out that we know about. People seem to honor that.
How do you control what the other side is doing with that material? Is that laid out in the order by the court?
It is.
Who can see it and how it's signed for?
And sometimes it's attorney eyes only. Like, you don't want your competitor to see your sales records, but somebody has to look at to see if let's say you're fighting over customers, on a non-compete. I got to know if we're looking at if we're calling on the same customers, so somebody has to look at that. So we can do an attorney eyes only if that would work. Where the attorneys sit down and compare it. Sometimes we have the judge do it. If it's really intensive. So you can set those parameters out there. Again, there's a little, not a lot. There's a lot of trust that you've got to put the other side is going to cooperate. And of course you don't trust them because you impute all the sins of your client to their lawyers. And that's true. I would say like hired like. Things you want to, again, make sure in your records retention, who's going to do what categories of data are you going to protect, and what way and what manner. You want a schedule of retention, archive, destruction, how long are we going to keep contracts, how long are we going to keep, like Fair Labor Standards, you have to keep for 3 years, so you already know that. Again, your monitoring. A procedure for distributing your legal hold letters. When that comes in, that should go to one person, so that person knows what it is and immediately what to do with it, as opposed to, well, maybe it goes to this person one day and the next, hope you're not getting more than one lawsuit, but, that kind of thing. And exiting employees, what do you do with them? What do you do with the information that might be on their smartphone that's their phone? What do you do with the information that's on their iPad? What do you do with, hey, what if they send something home? What if they have I have one case where it's actually my neighbor. He was working from home, and so now the company has said, hey, when you sent all that document home, you stole our trade secrets. That's federal RICO violation. He's like, huh?
But they don't know because he's now gone and he did send that stuff home. So we produce the computer, we let him take it off, but you know, make sure of that. And now it's Jason's turn.
Yeah. Now, one question that has come up a couple of times on this. So I show up at work with my personal phone and I attach it to the corporate email system in some way. And they say, produce all this stuff, and that's cast pretty wide. And maybe there's text messages on here that are admissible.
You know, we have that case right now, and my client did not think to do that, and we do not know the answer. The question is, we have a dead Mexican person, that's the same case. And the people that they were first on the scene, the employees, if they communicated by their personal cell phones, is the other side, can they discover those texts? Yes, they can discover the text, but are we in trouble as employers for not thinking at that moment to grab those because nobody saved them? The lawsuit doesn't come for 2 years. Now what? They're gone. And so that's a real, the first question is, yes, you have a right as an employer to look at anything your employee has, so long as they don't have the expected interest of privacy in it, private employers. Public employers have a different problem because they're subject to the Fourth Amendment. You cannot search and seize, so they have to have a lot more hurdles they have to go through, but again, they can get a warrant. You can always get a warrant. But you as an employer can, with a simple email policy, or not include more than email, say, we as an employer have a right to inspect your cars, your desks, your personal phones if you're doing business, especially if we suspect something like that. So yes, an employer can. Now an employer can also have an email policy that says, please don't connect your smartphone to our thing or you're fired. You know, sometimes you want them to do that, and so you have to have the safeguards if they do, and sometimes you want to not have them do that because of the dangers. I mean, this is something we're working through. I mean, the world is, you know, legality, privacy, cybersecurity, you know, and Jason can tell you, every time you hook something up, it's another access point for somebody to get into your system. And if you don't have all of that protected, and you don't know what your employees are up to, and then you put litigation on top of that, you don't even know where to look. So that's why we're sort of here, is to open up those ideas and discussion, and again, when you're in a startup, that's helpful to start putting in that framework and that infrastructure.
Okay. So I asked that question from the technical side because of the challenge we ran into last week. We did a conversion for a bunch of people over to Office 365, and somebody had hooked up their phone, and all of a sudden, all their texts were showing up in their email.
Ooh.
And we're like, well, how's that happening? Well, you know, why is that? And come to research it, Samsung's phones, it's just a little thing, but it could have created a bigger problem. Samsung's, when you set them up to a hosted exchange platform, by default have this nifty little feature that say, send all your SMS messages or copies of them to email. So now this person's texting on their phone, and then all the copies of that are going into email, and then they're coming back to their phone, because of course their phone's synchronizing with their corporate network, and they're going, why is that happening? And I don't want that to happen. So we had to go find where to turn it off, because by default, it was turned on. So that was it.
Was it creating a loop that it just...
It basically was. He would text, it would copy it to email, and then it would come back to his phone and email. So he could look at text on his phone and see it, and could look at email on his phone and see it. And it's just a feature of Samsung, but
Samsung's trying to get you to use more data.
I guess, yeah. You
don't turn it off, man. You're going to double your data usage real fast.
But the important thing there is text, which generally are, you know, personal, hey, let's go out for Mexican kind of thing. Now all of a sudden shows up in email, and guess what? Your email legal hold policy now catches that.
More to read.
More stuff to read, more stuff that can get you in trouble.
So, real quick question, because I know that's important to somebody that I know, because I've been telling her stop using your personal phone for your corporate email.
Right.
So if she has her phone attached, and she has a Samsung, and she has it attached to her corporate email, her text messages could be going to her corporate email? That could be the...
Well, that's what we found on that Samsung phone. And I've run into this on a couple other Samsung phones. It's just a feature of when you connect it, that is turned on by default. So you have to actually go into settings and turn it off to say don't send SMS messages, which are text messages, to email.
Yes.
Doesn't happen on iPhones or Windows phones and most Android phones, but just that model of Samsung, it does.
Yeah, I've been
She
telling
would
this
see it
person to
when it
stop
was
using her
happening.
personal phone for,
Mhm.
don't take your business, don't take your emails on your personal phone.
Yeah.
Stay at work on those.
Well, and we're so tied into these and our iPads and everything else that we connect
Yeah.
into our environments for convenience, but we have to understand what that convenience means on the backside of if there's a request for information as a result of litigation, all that gets thrown in the hopper. All that content gets
Now,
thrown
at
in.
my job too, they actually want us to use a certain, you know, level of smartphone, they don't care if it's Samsung or iPhone
Right.
or whatever, but we have to have an iPad. Now, there are personal devices, but then they have us install an app called AirWatch.
So they can watch the device, see it remotely.
Well, and it's, we're supposed to have our personal because we all have our own computers,
Mhm.
they don't provide computers. So they all have to be encrypted and, so yeah, so I'm wondering how does that help to solve the problem of?
Well, the information's still there, so even if I'm encrypting this, if now litigation is happening, I have to produce information off of this, I better be able to recover it, or now I run afoul of all these spoliation issues, where I didn't take adequate protection to be able to recover data that I'm supposed to hold, because my retention policy tells me to hold it. So it's that whole circle of issues that come together, and there's no one clear, concise answer. But it goes back to what Mary Beth had said before. If you have a retention policy, which a lot of us in some form are required to, especially if you do any work in medical or insurance, so you got high tech and those things, you got to have a retention policy. So you better have a way to practice that retention policy and the instruction side of it too, so that if you go to court and you're asked to produce this, and if it's, produce this thing from 5 years ago, and your policy says we keep these things for 3 years, and there's no regulatory body that says you have to keep it past 3 years, in that 5-year time frame, and Mary Beth, keep me honest here, you could say, well, this is our policy,
Right.
we exercised our policy, that data was destroyed, so it's not available. So I would think that would fall under
Yes,
safe harbor.
yes, and again, you have to have it consistent. If it's only that particular case that disappeared, but, it's all employees do it, and.
Mhm. So
No,
we'll
that's-
start zipping through this and ask questions as you got. So some of this Mary Beth talked about, and we'll wear 2 hats as we go through this section. Is why are we retaining data? Well, it's important just for continuity of business. If I have something happen that this PC dies, I can recover the stuff that's on this PC in some form because it's important to me. And it's QuickBooks, it's contracts, it's a CRM database for all my customer stuff. I have regulatory requirements that require me to keep it because of the type of business I'm in. So that's a different set of requirements. Or I want to keep it running, and I also just want to have a projection of being a good steward of people's stuff. So if clients come to us and they're asking for a piece of information on a piece of hardware and I can't produce it, they're not going to think, hey, these guys aren't really a decent service provider because they can't tell me the stuff I want to know. So we have to keep it for lots of different reasons. And part of what we're here today is just to talk through, well, we have to keep it for legal issues that potentially come back and we have to produce this. But a lot of times it's just, hey, something bad happened in my network. My hard drive died. Dwayne deleted that folder that he shouldn't have deleted, and I got to recover from it. So those are all the different things that we're looking at. Now, I found this the other day. Microsoft does, yeah, you saw this slide. Microsoft has a whole bunch of what they call tech eds available on YouTube. They're like 90 minutes long. I was watching one the other day. And for an in-hold question from one of our clients. And this slide came up in that particular presentation of fines that were levied against companies that were deemed as not compliant. So if you think about all the legal issues and the punitive damages that can be applied, this is an example of companies that have punitive fines applied to them because they could not produce the information they were required to produce.
They could not or did not.
Yeah, one of the-
Qualcomm was like 20,000 documents and they produced 10,000 or something,
Mhm.
and not the other 10, which they did have. I think they still had them, they just didn't produce them, but.
Right.
They chose to eat it.
So the
Yeah.
dates are a little dated. I imagine there's probably some more recent numbers out there, but they didn't show up in this, but you look at the numbers now.
No, it could be significant, the punitive damage award, the courts will not tolerate evidence destruction. I mean, if you can do one thing wrong in litigation, it's that. And you could lose your entire case.
How are the regulations different now from when we had paper in terms of record retention and so on? Are they more strict, or they?
The regulations are more complicated now because it's so costly
Sure.
to retrieve it, and like
Mhm.
who has to pay for the search and that kind of thing, but the overwhelming obligation is still there. And when you had paper records, other than burning them and deliberately putting them in the trash, it was
Right.
difficult to, it was less difficult to lose them. With
Mhm.
e-data, it's easier to hit delete by accident.
Yes.
It's easier to not know where it is. It's easier just to lose. On the other side, there are more copies of it everywhere and sometimes much easier to find because it's never really gone. So it's much more complicated, it's much more expensive, but the underwriting obligation is still there. You're never supposed to monkey with the evidence or change the evidence or change the signatures, you know, that's
So it's
still.
not simply complying to the legal standard of retention, it's also coming up with a organizational scheme for how you store which documents and archive that seem the real challenge.
Yeah, that's where Jason's role is. So like if we come to you, you've been sued and I'm the lawyer and I show up, you can go directly, you know exactly where these things are archived, you can put it on a CD as opposed to doing multiple searches and picking up lunch email.
So, yeah, some of the things that we talk about there is what data to retain, as Mary Beth said, it gets a lot more complicated because we have things in more places. We have stuff locally on our machines, we have stuff sitting on our servers, we have stuff sitting on hosted servers, we use hosted email, so that's a whole nother set of infrastructure that we have data sitting on, and all of this can be subjected to say, you've been served, litigation, you gotta produce this information, go get it. So you gotta know where it is, how to get it, and what your policy is. And employees need to know those policies too, and that's been part of our conversation of late, is a lot of people, it's either I start getting bigger and they go, well, we don't have a retention policy. Well, or we think we're supposed to keep email for 60 days, but we don't have a real good way to enforce that. Well, if something happens, you're gonna be required to produce that, and if you haven't, then you're gonna get in trouble on the other side of this.
And here's a question plaintiffs' lawyers will always do. It's like any other, and again, this goes beyond even employee e-data, but if you don't have a retention policy, that plaintiff's lawyer is going to go to the jury and say, they don't have a retention policy. You know why? The adverse inference is because they destroy documents, because they don't care.
For email, if you have a retention policy, say 60 days, do the courts acknowledge or say that that's okay? Is 60 days long enough? Are they going to come back and say, no, your policy should have been for 90 days? Or, you know what I'm asking?
We haven't run into that. We haven't run into that kind of oversight from the court telling us what you should have done. That doesn't mean to say, if you have emails that may or should have, in a business sense, been maintained, that you wouldn't have some obligation, or it might look suspicious if you didn't. But as of, I've seen policies that it's immediate. We delete them the minute we don't need them.
Right.
And there's nothing wrong with that.
We're trying to keep our system.
Well, that's right. We get that constantly from our IT guy. The systems are slow. Delete all your crap. And so we go through.
So what you guys recommend is a good time frame?
There might be regulatory issues that come into that question. You may be in a line of business that dictates you got to hold on to this stuff for a certain period of time, or there's some industry best practices that have evolved of like businesses that this is what their policies are. So if their policies are 90 days or 180 or 3 years, we just put one in place for 3 years. Well, that's kind of the acceptable practice in that space. You may be subject to that too.
You know, in my business, I keep them, client emails, I keep forever, because they're client emails. I may need to refer to those. I may need to, you know, if my client has a lawsuit, you know, there may be things that we need for historical purposes. So I keep all client emails that I can.
I work with small businesses. We work with small businesses. What would your recommendation be to them for data retention and so on? Is there are you getting into that, Jason?
We'll sort of get there, but
Okay.
I guess you know, to answer the question would be, how far back do you need to go if you take the legal side out of this?
Yeah,
how far back do you need to
exactly.
go to get the business back on its feet if something happens?
Exactly.
So if I can get the last 6 months of data,
Yeah.
is that sufficient? Is that going to let your business run? And it might be, if we do the way we do our backups as an example, we create a backup chain, we run it for a year, and then we create a new backup chain just to keep the chain current. It's still the same data on the server, so those files are still there. It's just in a new chain. And if I still have a file from 5 years ago, we can still get at it. But if your retention policy says, I keep this stuff for 3 years and then it goes, it gets archived or it gets deleted, you got to have a mechanism to exercise that too. So there's not a hard, fast rule if you take the legal picture out of it for a minute, but just really think about what does the business need to run, and that's the stuff that you start to keep and you take care of. Okay.
Thank you.
Now, the other side of this then, and we started talking about this, is think about where all this stuff lives. And Jim can relate to me, when you do a server migration, you find it in all kinds of interesting places that you're like, really, you put it there? You know, we were looking for a bunch of archives that people hung off the root of their PC. So the root drive, if you think about, I have my C drive and all my folders and stuff, it's a big no-no to stick things in the root. They were putting their archives there. That's why we couldn't find them at first. But stuff lives all over the place. And your policy has to account for the fact that I have to hold things, and it may be different policies. I may have an email policy that says I got to hold it for X period of time. I may have a document policy that, based on the type of document, says I got to hold it for a certain amount of time. And then my backups is more of business practice of how long do I want to keep something around. You know, do I want the last 10 versions of a file in my offsite backup? That's partially a money question, because 10 copies of that file is going to cost me 10 times as more as 1 copy of that. Maybe I only need 1 copy to get back on my feet. So those are places that stuff lives. Before I come to this is just something interesting to keep in mind. Think about all those multifunction scanners everybody has in their offices. They have hard drives, and you scan stuff. It goes in the hard drive. You get a copy of it, but that hard drive and that copier has data. And that I could see in a litigation issue that you got to produce that too. But think about that copy gets retired, it goes back to the copier guys with the hard drive, with that data of all those applications that you scan that have everybody's social security number on.
So you're talking big fancy, not the
Big
little
fancy,
7.
yeah.
You're not talking like
Like the
small,
one that's out here, that style multifunction copier.
that would have a hard drive. Is what you're
That's going
saying.
to have a hard drive in it.
Wow.
Yeah.
And all copies of things you scan are in that hard drive.
So it makes fishing out of trash a little bit more profitable if you're keeping all your proprietary stuff and your patent designs.
Yeah, and I go,
secret recipes.
and you think about what Mary Beth was talking about,
Yeah.
where they're going paperless and they're starting to scan things.
Yeah.
Well, if you use a copier as a way to capture that,
All our client
it goes
stuff
in the
is out.
copier, and then it goes out to wherever you tell it to go. But it's in the copier. All the client stuff is there.
Wow. It could be disastrous.
And you're responsible, if you think about HIPAA and high tech, and you have protected health information, you have social security numbers, date of births, all this other stuff, and you're scanning away, all great. Oh, hey, new copier comes out, great, I want that one, take this whole junk out of here. you better be taking that hard drive out.
Really makes me think of where I used to work, which will remain nameless. We used to scan.
Mhm. Now, Jim and I can come up with a destruction plan.
Oh, yes.
Yes. Mhm.
Isn't there such a thing as a secure printer, though?
They can encrypt the drives.
Yeah, you can encrypt the drives.
Yeah, they
You
can
do a lot of
You
encryption.
can pay for that service as a service for the printer.
Mhm.
Some of those printers already have encryption, so even if the drive was to get out.
So I know where I work, we have to have a secure printer or scanner.
Right. Sometimes it's just physical security too for people getting at it. Now, we've seen in some cases where clients have codes set up on their printers or their copiers, so you send your print job there, but it doesn't come out and sit on the tray for somebody else to come and pick it up. Until you enter your code, you're standing there entering your code and it's printing your stuff and you take it and go. So there's ways to protect it. Just realize things live in lots of different places. We talk about email hold. We just, as I was saying, we just enacted a 3-year rolling hold for a client of ours because that's their requirement. Any email that comes in gets a 3-year tag, and as it flows through a user's mailbox, the 3-year tag goes with it. If the user deletes it, it goes into a recoverable items folder. The user thinks it's gone, but via e-discovery tools, you can go in and say, here's the criteria I'm searching for, or produce this mailbox because this is the one that's been called on in litigation, and there comes 3 years of stuff. So there's mechanisms to do that, and you may be required. In their case, they're required to have a 3-year hold for a public records request. So lots of different ways to exercise that. When we think about stuff being hosted, Cloud Finder is just one of the things I listed up there. Lots of different tools out there, but for us, we would use Cloud Finder if somebody had Office 365, which is, we talked about hosted services before, and we have to protect their email and their documents. Cloud Finder basically works its way through, writes off a copy. Right now it's in perpetuity, but they're going to give you some knobs to adjust deletion policies on the backside of that. And there's different ways to archive email, different ways to back up here. The backups that you see, and I just picked a few that we work with. There's lots of good ones out there. I just picked some that we know because we can talk about it a bit more. But when you think about a backup policy, the practice that we have applied in our clients is you got to have on-site coupled with off-site. And the reason we do that, and this is going back to the earlier slide of business continuity. The reason we do that is a lot of the times when you do recovery, somebody's zapped a folder, I got to recover it, I go to the on-site backup, I deal with it, we're done. A volume got trashed, on-site recovery is going to do that. Something catastrophic happens, I may not have that on-site recovery available to me. Equipment got destroyed, it got stolen, something bad happened that takes that on-site equipment out. The off-site backup is to deal with that catastrophic of, hey, something really bad happened. So if we think like Metro Data Center is an example, we might back up our stuff on site and then use Metro as a repository for the off-site. Because you guys are running high availability that we can't do at our client site. And if something bad happens, we come and say, we need that data to put that customer back on their feet. So that's generally how an on-site, off-site backup strategy works. But then you flip to the legal side of this, and now you've been served notice that you got to produce all this stuff. I'm going to have to go to my servers, I'm going to have to go to my on-site backup, and I'm going to have to go to my off-site backup and provide all of that. So you better have a good plan for how that works. How long to retain? We've talked about this one for quite a while. It's really going to be a mix of a whole lot of requirements that you have in your business to save this data, or regulatory bodies that say you must save this data for a certain period of time. The coaching that we've been giving people is know what those are and then develop your retention policy around that. Don't just blue sky and go, 60 days, yeah, that feels great, I'm going to do that, because you might not be the right policy. And then Mary Beth covered some of this, but and just to refresh again, is you got to develop the policy. People have to know it. So you gotta educate the staff to say, here's what our policy is. And we're gonna put these mechanisms in place, like email legal holds, or in place holds, as a way to control that, to make sure email is doing its right thing. Because I'll give you an example. I had a conversation last week, and this was somebody who's gonna be subjected to this 3-year hold. She's like, I do a different job. I'm not an IT person. I have no idea how to save this. So you gotta put systems around those types of users to protect them from themselves and protect the entity in the process, because at some point you may be called on to produce that person's mailbox. So you can't rely on the users to do all of this heavy lifting for records retention. They have a job to do. It's not IT. It's not necessarily data management. They're not an archivist, as an example. Their job is to sell or service or do something else. So you need those systems in there. Identify what it is you have to retain and where it is. Where does it live? There, server, hosted somewhere. We hear cloud services. A lot of people are moving to cloud services. What does that mean to your business, and how do you protect that data? One question that we've gotten recently is, well, my stuff's hosted in the cloud. Do I need to back it up anymore? Yes, because it's just your stuff sitting on somebody else's computer. So a lot of the same things that can happen on-site can happen off-site. There's a little more availability around that, but somebody can still go in and delete that folder. So you got to have a way to protect that. The other things that we talk about here is you got to exercise the recovery process. And it's not at the time that you've been served with a lawsuit and told you got to produce all this stuff, and you shake it out and go, well, I hope we can produce this, and we know how this mechanism works, because that crisis is a bad place to figure this out. You really want to have built into your retention policy a testing plan. Every 3 months, whatever makes sense for your business, we're going to mount this data, we're going to look for this, we're going to do these things, so I know I can retrieve because of business continuity needs or legal needs. We recommend every quarter that people do that. Once you get in the routine, you know how it works. Then you get served notice or something bad happens, you're like, oh, okay, I know what to do, push these buttons, this stuff comes up, we're back and running. Jim, if you got any thoughts on that?
Yeah, depending on the size of the client, we get a lot of, we want everything gold-plated and duplicate and triplicate, so we do get that until they see price tags. There's always what can the business afford?
Yep.
Some of our retentions and employment compensation and things like that are 7 years. So imagine 7 years of data for your business. Emails, this is records kept in databases and things like that. That's costly to duplicate just the storage costs. So when we store these things in other data centers, we have to build that model around not only what are their requirements, but you got to figure out a way to do it smartly. It has to be a smart backup, replication standards, and those things. And we test it, and we build into all of our solutions a direct testing platform. So how often do we test? Who's doing the test? We also have to go with DR, who's authorized to do the test, who can call and get that data for the business, and what are the chain of command if that person is at the site that gets catastrophically taken out and those things. So it's all stuff that has to be worked out, and you don't work it out in a crisis. You work it out ahead of time, because it's very hard to filter that stuff out when there's actually a bad thing going on.
One of the things that we see a lot of fights over is who pays for the cost. And you've got a lot of discovery, and it's going to be costly. And let's say you've got a Xerox suing a little guy in Delaware. It bankrupts them. So you go to the court and say, well, they won all that. That's fine. They have to pay for that. And sometimes you get that. Usually it's you pay for your own, but with this, because of the cost, because of, especially if, like for the one that I'm doing for the client that is the employee and it's on his home computer, the other side paid for that image, to image that and come in and just, that he did that too. So that's a fight we get into sometimes.
The biggest area we see lack in is follow through for the process. They may put it in paper, and exactly what you're saying, they put it in paper that our retention plan is X months, but they never go and execute and clean that up. So the one record that's missing happens to be the one that's been requested.
Always.
And it's always. And it may have been
Right. It could have been inadvertent, but it seems like that's always the one that's missing.
So you're exactly right on that one.
And I would stress, don't rely on the employees to manage your plan. Get somebody in IT, whoever it happens to be, somebody who understands how the technology side of this thing works, and you have global practices and policies that those folks manage. There's accountability in that process, but if you leave it to us users, we're really bad. And it's just the same thing we see in backup. We see a lot of people that go, well, I back up my thing to this. It's got to be fine. I stick this in my pocket. I run it through the washing machine. Something happens at home. This snaps. Guess what? I can't get this data. So that's why you got to take the user out of the process. Let the user do their job. Have the user understand the policies that are being enacted against them. But let them go do their job.
I remember my prior employer where they set up a policy and they gave us this chart and they said you need to store it for one year here, 2 to 3 years here, 4 to 5, and this is the degree of the paper that you had to, in other words, classification of it.
Right.
And we're all sitting there going, I couldn't understand it. As the job I had to do, I didn't understand what they wanted me to do. And I can guarantee you that most of what they were telling us to do wasn't being filed correctly.
Mary Beth, do you have anything else to add?
No, I mean, that's, it's like anything else. Like I said, I'm here preaching to the choir, and I'm still trying to figure out where my stuff is. Whether is it in the file or is it on the computer? It's we're all learning this together. It isn't. It's a lot to know, a lot to learn. There's always going to be a lot to learn. I think it's going to change daily, if not by the minute, because of technology. But it's to be aware of it is probably the best part, and to do the best you can. But again, you're right. You've got to put it in simple pieces, and the better you can have somebody like Jason automate it, as opposed to if I had to go in on a daily basis and pick which emails are going to be held for 3 years, I'd never be practicing law because I'd be doing emails all day long. So something else has to take over that.
Well, I don't know how you get rid of it, because I don't know how many times I've been able to use an email to CYA.
That's another consideration. So I said I keep them all because. For me as well as for my clients, because my clients send me a lot of, they copy me on correspondence, and if there's a lawsuit, then we at least have the email as to who said what, and so for legal purposes, I like it forever. On the other side, if you're defending somebody who's got 2 employees going at it, you don't want any of them. You wish you had a delete now policy, but so I don't know if it's an argument you can actually win. It's it goes both ways. Which side do you want to err on?
What advice do we give small business startups, whatever, in terms of this? This is so overwhelming to most of us, and there are so many other things that a startup business or
I need to go to seminars like this.
Well, they do, yeah, right. But,
talk to Jason.
The thing I would encourage somebody to do is figure out what their business continuity needs are.
Right.
Let's pick that as a starting point. Talk to whoever they're using for IT. It doesn't have to be us. There's lots of people that do great IT work. Talk to that current provider and help them. And they probably have experience. Jeremy, you guys work in a whole bunch of accounts, and you guys see good practices, and you see bad practices, just like we do. And we can certainly give some basic advice. Legal counsel, as Mary Beth said, is very important to that process, because we may go, oh, you only need to keep it for 90 days, and Mary Beth comes back and go, that's a 3-year thing because of the type of information it is. Well, then that feeds back into our process to say, well, then we have to craft a practice that says we keep this stuff for 3 years. We can figure out the mechanism to do it. We just maybe need some guidance. So business continuity would be the place to start. Figure out what you got to have to get the business back on its feet. If you're in an environment that has some regulatory oversight, understand what the basics of that.
You have an employee, you do.
Regulatory oversight, and then what you have to keep there, and that's the place to start.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, it's you got to start somewhere, and Jason's absolutely right. And even if you said, hey, start with 60 days, and have them sit down and say, is there something might need longer than 60 days, what is it and why?
Well, right, some of it's common sense, like you said, if you've got clients, you might keep it forever.
Right.
But you're gonna get rid of the Mexican lunch emails.
Right, I'm
You know,
gonna have
you're gonna-
people either use your own private phones or delete those at the end of the day. You
Right.
can manage your own, you can have employees manage their own emails
Or even just
by putting them in different folders.
Even just the back and forth, because, you know, we get a lot of junk mail within the organization that you don't
That's true
need to
too.
keep. But if it's client related, you know, that just seems common sense, just in case, or just so that you have a record that you can look back on 5 years from now and say, this is where you were, this is where we are, you know.
Yeah. Or
Just for good customer service.
These employees were great at getting monthly recipes from Kraft, the Chipotle's menu every day. So again, I mean, there's another 5,000 emails that have nothing to do with the subject matter, and those are things that, as a matter of policy, those are easy to implement and control. You know, that's just sitting them down and saying, hey, this is why you can't do that, and it cuts back.
What, if you're using something like Google Documents, and you're recommending a backup to that, an additional backup to that cloud?
Yeah, I mean, so I'm not a huge Google fan, just because of privacy and support issues that I feel are a little substandard. But regardless of that, you know, same practice applies. It's your data sitting on somebody else's server. You still have to protect it. So whether it's Google, it's Azure, it's Dropbox, it's, you know, pick your poison. You still have to have a way to have another copy of that, because that service provider is doing a lot to ensure high availability. But you can have data corruption there too.
Could you direct your cloud service to then back that up to another?
There's third-party products that you can couple into that environment that will protect that data. The Cloud Finder that I mentioned, that's one that we've done a little bit of work with that will actually tie to 365 and Google, Dropbox. It does a few other ones too. But you can basically say, here's my credentials. It'll go in and suck out a copy of everything that's in there and just do it on a continuous basis. And you just pay a monthly fee for that kind of stuff.
Right.
Yeah, you know, on the email piece that we were talking about, because we're working through this right now with the one client with the in-place hold, it's a 3-year rolling hold. So an email message comes in today, it gets a 3-year tag, and it rolls through, and wherever they put it, so the inbox goes to a folder, gets deleted, gets purged out of deleted, sits in recoverable items, that tag is still carried with it. So on day 1096, if they had deleted it, it then actually gets deleted 3 years later. Now, if they wanted to keep it, of course, you could put it in a folder, or you can, as an admin, set some retention policies that categorize certain types of email or archive those off to make sure that you do have a copy of them. So there's mechanisms in place to be able to move that stuff around.
And it's not the employee going through saying, okay, this is a 1-year, now it goes to the 2-year folder.
Right.
They may do that because that's how they think about their world, and that's how they do their email hygiene, is to move stuff around. But you still have this overriding in-hold 3-year policy that no matter where it goes, it still carries this 3-year tag with it. And even if it goes to deleted items and they purge deleted items, it sits in a recoverable items that they can't see, but you can get at through discovery tools to pull that stuff back.
Yeah.
And it's not just like another level that adds expense, right? If you already have it sitting where you need to get to it, it's gonna be cheaper if you have lost it, correct?
Right, so in this case, for this one that we've set up, it's just a 3-year rolling hold. So if they get served with a public records request, they can just go in and throw a couple search terms in there, and it'll kick it out. There's no additional cost because they've already paid for it on the front end with the type of licensing they have. But then it's just a matter of sitting down and running the search and seeing if you're getting the results back. So if you're searching for Mexican, you can kind of filter that down so you're not having to look at the Chipotle menu 10,000 times.
Same one.
Same Chipotle menu, yeah.
You know, if I had to come up with a rule of thumb for you, I was trying to think about that, there isn't really one, but I would think of all the, if you break it down into, do do documents that you deal with, documents, not keep emails out. Documents themselves, you've got the IRS, which is gonna be 7 years, and you're gonna have, Ohio's discrimination laws, which is a 6-year statute, so that's like 7 years. All documents at a minimum of 7 years. And we're and that
Great.
covers almost everything.
Great.
And then email,
Which is,
rarely have I had email help anybody.
okay.
So I'm not so worried about emails unless there's a specific reason, like you need to show that you sent the SEC report to the SEC.
Right.
But as far as correspondence email, general correspondence, you know, if it's 60 to 180 days and go through and figure out, is there a reason to really maintain this longer? In other words, this series of emails, and you might have to do it on a topic basis, but let's say we just negotiated a merger with our company and we want to keep the correspondence from everybody as to what the terms were in case there's an ambiguity in the contract, we can go back and say, hey, you said this. That would be helpful.
Mhm.
But the day-to-day banner, you know, who's doing this? Wendy is setting up meetings. Hey, it's your responsibility. Hey, have you seen the position description? Out the door.
Okay. That helps.
Yeah.
And if I think about it, the way we used to keep paper records, it was for the 7 years for IRS purposes.
Well, and like Ohio sales tax, Ohio Department of Taxation has a 3-year look back.
Right.
So you gotta keep that stuff up.
Yeah, and most everything's at least 3, some are 7.
So if you keep it
So
7
if you
years,
keep it
then-
all 7, and I think even contracts used to be 15, I think they marked those back down to 7 or 10, but again, and another way to think of email is you're emailing now instead of calling somebody.
That's right.
You never kept the phone calls.
That's right. That's true. Thanks, that was helpful.
Good.
Really good.
Awesome, yeah. Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you, Boston, for lunch.
Do you have here a couple stories?
Sure.
As far as I can tell, Marysville
I'm gonna meet in
School
room.
District has
Okay.
no document management system.
Meet in room. Yeah, I'm gonna meet in room. Good to see you.
You have to have school records.